fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, Swine?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change.
The time is now, no bezel. I am God, the flesh is just a vessel. Last warrior standing after the smoke settle. Word wizardry, and none of y'all's on my level. Religious dickheads live on their knees looking to the sky. I put a hole between your two ears, piercing your third eye. Now the static in your attic, watching your soul fly. At nighttime I can hear so many souls cry. What's illegal is said to be a crime, but what's legal is more criminal than a convict's mind. Racist ideology, separatist paradigm. The yin and yang is a duality in my slang. When you battle the god, you're pissing in the wind, cutting off heads with words that come from within. Some say it's the ancestors I'm tapping in, or harness evil spirits from a jinn. It's just pure skills. Listen to my frequency as the god builds. No mason but stack bricks up to the gills. Tartarian skills, pulling from the ether aura of Earth's energy field. Yield, slow down and pump your brakes. Knowledge is wisdom and self, I put faith. To pray to a stranger, to me it's just a waste. I am God, one and only soul controller. My heart is more cold when I'm sober. If you think you have a fighting chance, it's over. I come crashing down like a landslide of boulders.
Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, when everything seem to change. Kamikaze. Got 100 pounds of bomb on me out on Bible. If you sell it to me, you would die holy. I know creatures whose features change, shape shift, and the next day they don't look the same. I think we're pawns in this crooked game. I fill my heart with joy, but where do I put the pain? Where was my morals when I was pushing cane? In the gang doing 2 a days. If you a slave, it's because the system you behave. A beehive is a replica of the brain. A ant built the pyramids before the humans came. In a woman, the sun is furthest away. In the summer, the lightning comes before the thunder. Nothing comes before the mother. Moving cane don't make you able to turn on your brother. I got a magazine, don't make me put you on the cover. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change.
There's some sins that you commit that you can't come back from, no matter how hard you try. You just can't, it's like the devil is waiting for your body to quit because he knows in that he already owns your soul. And then I think maybe, there's no devil. You die and God, he says, Nah, you can't come in. You have to leave now. You have to leave and go away, and you have to be alone. If I ever don't leave, right?
Love.
You're a real step up, and I'm a landmine. Leave your legs dangling, call it hang time. Shout out to all the soldiers who bang signs. Back in the day, I used to sling dimes. This is for the streets, hustling, pushing grams, and flipping bundles. Fuck the government borders, I'm digging tunnels. Delivering the package, cause I'm the real muscle. Wear a ski mask, sports emblems above my brim. Nothing but camo, I'll stomp you out in my Timbs. Take it a step further and start chopping limbs. One day I make it out of hell, something's gotta give. People ask how come the chaos doesn't break me. Because I'm solid, deeply rooted like sequoia trees. The top G, Chuck the God with the iron rod, making devils flee. Staying righteous is something that I can't guarantee. I appear out of nowhere and disappear in the spliff smoke. No one is safe, not even the Catholic Pope. You would own nothing to be happy, that must be a joke. Cause no one is laughing, the war will be invoked. You will be gasping for air like an asthmatic choke. Begging for life, live slump, looking like an addict on dope. Fucking rappers, fucking bums. Peace of the gods. And I'm out. Salute. Alright. Peace, Candy. After being on Christo's live stream yesterday, listening to some of them people he was playing, I was like, man, do I sound that bad when I was like, no, it can't be. I try to do away with negative opinions. Even if I don't like the person's music, I'm trying not to say nothing negative, because just because I don't like it don't mean other people will like it. I mean, other people might like it, even though I don't. Somebody's taking their craft serious. Their style might be different. You know, they might sound corny to some people. Through experience, it's never good to down somebody, especially if they really like what they're doing. All in growth, they'll get better. If they really enjoy what they're doing, then, you know, if they're serious about picking that pen up and expressing themselves, yeah. YouTube is like an open playground for, there's no repercussions for the most part when people talk shit on YouTube. And I don't agree with people playing like other people's stuff and downing them the whole time, but whatever. As they say, I don't have to watch it or like it, and I sure won't. But other people like doing it, so, you know, they gotta. I've noticed one thing in life: when you're always negative and always projecting negative thoughts, by tearing other people down, you're tearing yourself down at the same time. In this world, it's hard enough to stay positive. Yeah, I already got warnings from a few people about this drama, and these are reasons why I'm careful on what channels I go to. No disrespect to nobody, but I'm just really not with all that shit talking, man. Like, shit talking about the government's another thing, because that's a true threat. A lot of these people ain't threats, man. They're just speaking out of their mouth, and that's about as far as it'll ever go. People can make all the videos they want
about me, and it don't bother me at all. That's why unity is so far-fetched, man, because people can't see the bigger picture. While they're sitting there and looking at everyone's negatives and downing them and saying, you know, this one's filled with demons, that one's filled with demons, they don't even realize they're probably filled with demons. Or I'll describe demons more or less. Evil, down, low vibrating energy, man. Shit. Narcissism. We're being raised by narcissists. Parents don't raise their children for the most part, the school system does. It's kind of hard to not become a narcissist when the world is ran by them. The school teachers are probably, you know, most likely narcissistic. So it rubs off. The world is ran by very weak people. And the reason I say that is because if there wasn't no money or weapons, they would have no power. They only have power because of money and weapons. If they had neither of that, what would they really be? A person that got punched in their mouth every day for fucked up shit. So they hide behind their money and these lunatics. They tell them you're fighting for your country, but you're really fighting a personal war. So until these soldiers can admit they're not fighting for this country, well, they are. They're fighting for. I can't say that. I don't want to say they're fighting for the country, because then that involves all the people. Like, when, you know, I respect these soldiers and stuff, because a lot of them didn't know what they were getting into. A lot of them still don't, even after going through the war. But how can you say you're fighting for our freedom? When was our freedom ever in danger with the Middle East war? Like, it kills me when they say that. Well, while our brothers are over there dying for your freedom, I'm like, wait a minute, what? Since when? When was our freedom in danger? It's more in danger with these people in power than from the Middle East.
Hey, Charles.
What's up, Candy?
Hey, not much.
Got today off?
Yep, I'm off until Friday afternoon, so I got the next 3 days off.
That's good. Days off are the best.
Hell yeah, I live for those days off. You know?
Dealing with customers all day is a tough fucking job. People don't realize it. McDonald's, any job that deals with customers it's stressful.
Yeah, well, I scan groceries. That's what I do.
Yeah, but it's still tough because you deal with customers.
Oh, I know. I'm saying, you know, I have to scan groceries, put them in the bag, deal with all these produce numbers, codes, and stuff.
Ouch.
People sometimes will just throw the crap up on the belt, not in any specific order. So then, and I'm a very organized person when I pack people's groceries. I like to keep the meat with the meat, the dairy with the dairy, et cetera, you know?
I just want to say peace to Smoking and G Sharp.
Oh yeah, hey G. I talked to her down in the chat right before I came up. Yeah, that's my sister. She's my buddy.
Like you know, I used to be a patriot myself, and you know, I love our country, and sometimes I say the Constitution can work, and sometimes I don't. It's because I'm 50-50 with that. Because personally, me, I don't need to follow rules. 'Cause I don't do anything that involves me to break any of these rules. Period.
Well, that's the thing. Anarchism isn't about not following the rules. Anarchism is about not needing a leader. You can lead yourself. That is what a true anarchist is. An anarchist is a person that does follow those basic rules of life, you know. They know the difference between right and wrong, but they don't need somebody to tell them that. They don't need a leader to lead them. They can lead themselves, you know. That is what a true anarchist is. And that is what I consider myself. I don't follow any societal expectations, so to speak, other than what I need to survive. But as far as any other crazy, outlandish societal expectations, I don't pay attention to it. Like, I don't feel like I need to go to church to be a good person. I don't need to do this or do that just to be a part of a society that doesn't give a crap anyway. You know what I mean?
America, I don't know. It's the greatest country in ways, and then again, it's the worst country in ways.
Well, I think America was a pretty, it was an experiment to see
They're just
how quickly they could control a group of humans. And they've done a pretty damn good job of it, I think. Because the humans, I woke up 15 years ago, I thought people would stand up and fight back and push against
me
the
too.
system.
Me
And
too.
then, you know, years went on, and then boom, the toilet paper run. Everybody ran out to get toilet paper, and I was like, what the fuck's going on? Because I hadn't paid attention to what was going on, because even though I was on social media, I didn't really see a lot about it. You know, I was living with my daughter at the time, and, you know, I had other focuses that were more important to me. And then when I noticed the thing about the toilet paper run, I was like, what the hell is going on? And then I started researching and I was like, oh my God, these people are going to fall for it. These people are going to fall for this crap, hook, line, and sinker. And sure enough, they did. Even though I was out there screaming at the top of my lungs, don't comply, don't comply, don't comply.
It falls
But
on deaf
everybody was
ears.
complying. Yep, everybody was fucking complying. Oh, sorry if I used the F word. I don't know what StreamYard policies are. On a public forum, anyway.
Fucking.
You say it all the time anyway, right? I'm just like a sailor if I can get away with it, especially when I'm talking about the government and all this bullshit that they're pulling on us, you know?
Yeah, they say you have freedom of speech, but then people get hurt. You know, when people call them names, they get butthurt. Like, and usually
Yeah,
it's people who dish it out, and then when you react back, all of a sudden, you know.
that's what I was about to say. They can dish it out, but they can't take it. You know, I see it all the time through all these TikTok posts that I see. I'm not on TikTok, but, you know, like the shorts that I see here on YouTube and Face Crackland from TikTokers. I'm just like, man, some of you people whine about anything.
Reckon asked me if I used to go to Red Squid. Yeah, I still go over there sometimes.
What's Red Squid?
He has a channel.
Oh,
Red
okay.
Squid, Peace Chief 18 Wheels. Yeah, I still got love and support and respect for Red Squid. I might not agree with everything, but that's with everyone. And I'm trying to show people, just because you don't agree, man. It's my whole point. Is a lot of this stuff, like, people are talking shit about each other over things they disagree with. But that's life. And yes, you don't have to go to these channels. All the energy that's spent looking for something negative to use against the next person, what if you switch that up and look for something positive and lift people up? You know how much better we could be as a unit, but people just don't get it.
I know. I know. I totally get it, dude. I think that's one
Dominic,
reason. Oh, Dominic's in?
yeah, he's up here.
Hmm.
What's up, Dom? How you doing?
I was looking at the comments. So
Peace in the groove.
hey, Dom.
Hey, Gandhi. Hi, Charles.
Yeah, Red Squid's cooking now. I know. I seen him go live a little while ago. Squid's cooking every day. 2-3 times a day I see him go live. Yeah, he's going strong, man. Day in and day out. He's always doing his thing.
Yeah, I had a friend on here that got his channel taken down after 15 years, and he had no strikes, nothing bad
What?
against, and he had thousands of videos. His name was the Show Me Baby, and he used to do a cooking channel pretty much every night. He'd go live, and he'd always call it, he always
A
used the term
cooking
cooking.
channel.
Yeah, he would say, he would try to utilize words that the algorithm wouldn't pick up on, that they would really think it was an actual cooking channel where somebody was cooking food, but we were actually cooking other things, other subject matters. But yeah, they took his channel down. One day he just couldn't get in, and they took it all down. Guess he got too popular.
Anyone ever see the movie Assassin's Creed?
No, but
I
I've heard
remember
about it.
playing the video game, but I watched the movie. And I watched that movie because I've seen it in the past, but I didn't remember what it was about. I must have watched like 60 movies in the last month. And I look at movies differently. The more I have packed my brain with information, the more I see movies differently. I'm working on this video right now about experiments. And I watched this movie yesterday. It was called, oh shit, I wrote it down so I don't forget. Called Divinity. And this guy was working on this experiment, or his father was. And then his son took the experiment to another level. And then the movie opens up with these two guys falling from the stars, which is interesting. And but the whole movie, they designed this drug in this movie just for educational purposes only, and it would make you sterile, but you could live forever. And the way he found out how to, I'm gonna make a video. I ain't gonna give it away, but
Okay, it sounds pretty
it's
interesting.
just like they're saying, man. But I'm not gonna give away this part that's sick about it, and how he managed to find and fix his
The problem.
his experiment or the alchemy to it. He managed to find a way, and yeah, it's a sick thing, and it goes on to this day because at the end of the clip from the movie, I'm putting the real life. You know, in the movie they put shit that's true, so I think they tell the truth sometimes, or
Oh, well, they have to. That's part of it. See, that's why they don't feel bad about what they're doing, because the fact that they're showing us what they're doing, it's we who are too stupid to figure it out. And
yeah.
so if we're too stupid to figure it out, then that's on us. But then they can come back and say, "Well, it's not like we didn't tell you, because we did tell you. We
I
showed
wonder
you."
if
And
that's how they avoid karma. That's what I heard.
yeah, I believe that's what it has something to do with. About, yeah, that's how they do it.
Cheaters. What do you
Yep.
think, Dom, about that karma? Do you? Because look, I've done things in my life, and I'll tell you what, I've got hit tenfold back. You know, I've done things in my life where I've taken a couple $100 and I'll lose 1,000. So that tenfold to me, I don't know. You know, people don't believe in karma or whatever, but what you put out definitely comes back to you like a frisbee.
Well, yeah, that's just the law of attraction. You get what you give. You reap what you sow. Um, that's just a basic natural law. You know.
Just like some people think we are slaves. We willingly follow all this stuff to the point I think there's a lot of people that really believe they need to be governed. That drives me crazy. It's like, what?
Oh yeah, those people are statist, and statism is a religion in its own right, and it's probably the worst religion out there.
Brecken
Statism,
said,
believing in the state. You know.
you seen that movie, Brecken? Which movie were you talking about where you said that movie told a lot of secrets about genetic memory and turning on? You talking about Divinity or
Assassin's Creed.
yeah, or Assassin's Creed? Because they were time traveling in Assassin's Creed. That I don't know. Because if you think of time, time is man-made. So how are they traveling back in time? Like time, when it comes to time in the natural world, it don't exist unless you're counting, right? So to animals, time don't exist. There's day and night, and
Exactly.
that's it.
They don't know how old they are. They just know that they wake up and go to sleep and eat and reproduce. The animals have no agenda other than the basic survival, you know?
Yeah, I've had one person I heard on YouTube say, if you go in a spaceship and you go the opposite way of the Earth spinning fast and fast, you can go back in time. And I'm like, dude,
Yeah, they showed that in the
look what the school system's doing to people.
They showed that in the Superman movie, you know? Him going
Okay,
around
so
after Lois Lane died in that car, got covered up with rocks or whatever. He was so pissed and hurt and angry, he
yes,
started flying in reverse so he could go back and save her, you know?
um, he said the time machine was manipulated genetics. Yes. Now, in that movie, wasn't the guy they picked because the lady said your genetics was the closest to this guy, but I'm thinking that guy was his distant relative. That's why his genetics were pretty much the same. That was his family's bloodline. Um, but as far as time travel, I don't know. I'm up in the air about that. But genetics, they could definitely manipulate that for sure.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's why the people that are playing these games with us are of a specific bloodline or a few bloodlines that came together and decided to do these things.
Is this, Dominic said, is the sun and moon time or signs? Ooh, the sun and moon are just lights.
Yeah, one's to give us light during the day and one's to give us light at night.
Like people, the darkness is evil. You gotta
No,
follow the light, and then they'll say, Lucifer is the false light, right? Like now they're separating light. They're like, well, this light's evil and this light is good. Darkness is all bad, they say, right? But they come from darkness. So this system of lies and stuff has made us common sense go out the window and become a little loony. But what do I know?
yeah, people don't like to think or use their brains anymore. They like to be told what to do.
It's the easy way out.
Fall in line. Let's root for this team because everybody else is. You know, that was like, I can look back on that as a child because I used to watch a lot of sports with my dad because my dad was into gambling on sports. So I grew up watching a lot of football, baseball, etc. And college football, I was raised here in Oklahoma, and the big team to follow here in Oklahoma is the Oklahoma Sooners. OU, Oklahoma University. But I never really liked them. It just seemed like the people that were fans of them always have this uppity type of attitude. So I rooted for the underdog. I've always rooted for the underdog.
That's why. That's what they want us to do. You know, and look at in the wars. The U.S. was the underdog, and that's why. I remember hearing some philosophers talk about that. How they got the United States to always root for the underdog in the experiment, you know.
Yeah, well, I always rooted for the other guy. I didn't jump. I looked at it like me. I didn't jump on the bandwagon that
Yeah,
everybody else was following. I was following the ones that nobody was jumping for, And my mom always said, "You always have to be different." And I'm like,
yeah,
"You
unique.
always have to be different." Da, 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 da. And I'm like, "Yeah, why do I want to be like everybody else?"
Um,
And
Tom said,
I've had that kind of mindset since I was a very small child.
I think it's
What?
both, Dominic. It's the answer. I think it's the easy way out, so they don't have to do nothing, and for the people creating the situation to be easier for you, it makes it easier for them, for you. So yeah, it's both. It's the easy way out for you and the easy way in to their trap. That's how I look at it.
Has life ever shown, or the human behavior ever showed it's easy?
Nothing's easy.
Bingo. So whether it's out or in, we're misdirecting our energy. Now, it could be efficient. Some people use the word hard. Things should be hard at the beginning, but once you understand how to work it, you should be able to transfer that over somewhere else. As Candy was talking earlier about anarchy, how does anarchy look like for the masses? Most people wouldn't want to be in that situation. Without rules, everything has rules. The planet has rules. Earth has rules. Water has rules. Again, that's usually people not attuned to the self. They're more concerned about how to serve the self opposed to being aware of the self or being honest with the self.
Peace, Axis.
I agree, Dominic.
Trying to keep up with the chat. And peace to Mesa Melt.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with things too, Charles.
Nothing in life's easy, at least. You know, some things are, but as far as if you don't know about something and you're trying to master it, yeah, it's what repetition's for. It'll get easier every time you do it. It'll get easier and faster.
Could be, or efficient. People can
Like
be
once you
more
get over
efficient.
that hump, it'll go smooth. Like even working out, the first week is hell to your body. Your muscles have memory, but if you don't work out for 7 years and you try to do a push-up, I've been there. I couldn't do 2 push-ups. It was embarrassing. But once you start that repetition, it becomes easier and easier.
Well, that's where we get the concept of resistance, right, Candy? That's where we get the concept of resistance. You have to gain anything, you have to do a little resistance. You know, but for some people, they think resistance is a bad thing, something that's unhealthy, which it could be.
Like if we were to walk away from the system in the beginning, nothing will be easy. You know, you might have to lose a lot to move ahead and get more. Sometimes a loss is more. You know, sometimes more is less and less is more. But
Yes, Charles, you're speaking truth, and I can say that 100% with all honesty, just because you just described my life scenario to a certain extent. You know, I lost everything. I was homeless. But life went on, and I accepted where I was in life at that point in time.
didn't you start to appreciate little things like a bed?
Yes.
I
Oh, yeah.
started to appreciate so
And
much
then,
more.
after I lost Daryl, and I came back into that system that we fought so hard to stay out of. I came back into the system, but I looked at it from a different perspective, and I knew who I was going in this time versus who I was when I had come out of it. You know what I mean? I don't know, it's hard to explain. Maybe I'll have to make a video on it sometime.
Sometimes I think I need to go back to prison just to find it was the experience I had allowed me to find myself. It's just when I left those doors, I wasn't strong enough. I started to go back to the same people, the same negative surroundings. So,
That's what the ego's comfortable with. That's what we revert back to, that we're comfortable with, you know. That's why people go back to their ways that they were, because it's more comfortable than to try to keep on improving and changing. You know what I mean? It's uncomfortable getting to know the real you, your shadow
but
side, and doing shadow work.
you start to realize a lot when you go without. When you're not eating the same garbage you're eating in the streets, you realize how bad it is for the body. You realize when you don't get no sugar in there, and the food's bland. There's no salt and pepper, so you could buy it off common. So you start to see all the cigarette withdrawal was terrible. You realize what real damage, and then I start to think, well, why am I so addicted? And then you gotta like retrain your brain to, instead of thinking about cigarettes, you know how people like to smoke cigarettes after they eat, right? Imagine
Right.
eating meals every day. There was
With no
no chance, no cutting down. It was just straight. You're cut off everything. So
Oh yeah,
you
cool.
gotta learn mentally how to deal with it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I never did prison time for a long period of time. But I did spend 3 days in jail when I was in San Diego, homeless. And I will say that 3 days in jail, I learned a lot about myself in that 3 days because as soon as they shut the door, I knew it was me, myself, and I. And I think that was just part. That was part of my awakening. That was just a part of one part of my journey, that needed to be experienced for me so I would understand.
They're too, like when people go to, I watch a lot of stories on these prisoners that are interviewed that did 20 years, 10 years, 20, 30, some 40, and they come out, they miss their whole life. And then they talk about when they were in solitary confinement. Now, being in there a week or two, fine. A month, 2 months, okay. But imagine being in there 10 years. And in solitary, you're not getting no, pencils. As far as I know, there's no TV, no radios. Imagine that for 10 years. You'd be lucky to get a book in there. So what the fuck you gonna do but lose your fucking mind? You'd be talking to the bricks and the ants and, you know, um,
Yeah. Yeah.
You could, Charles. You could. Some people actually start realizing they reduce all the noise. So when a person repents, changes their ways, who now becomes the true enemy? Our old habits, our
yeah.
familiarities. Again, that person that's in prison finally gets that moment of awareness. Oh, I'm not the vessel. So I've always been somewhat free. That's the game that we play with each other. But for some people, they literally have to be confined in spaces. That's why people have to do mind altering things because they don't realize how much chatter they got going on in their heads. I agree with this. I disagree with that. I like this. I don't like that. That's noise. And if a person realizes that noise, then they can say, well, then how do I ever get into true silence? You got to be in peace. And then you can meditate and then you can start listening from within and you realize, oh, so I'm not the vessel. No, you're not. And what about the thoughts? You're not even those things. Again, that's more noise. This is the whole concept of slave and mastery. That's all done from within.
That's the worst wars is with yourself. Like a
Yeah.
physical war,
Mhm.
that's the easy part. After you kill someone, now you got to live with that the rest of your life. And you're
And guess
going to
what?
have nightmares.
Yeah. And guess who has to pay the punishment for that? Your vessel. You kill another
Yeah.
person's vessel, then you actually have to pay the time. But who you truly are, you're not those things. But you should be able to question those things. Am I the body? Well, if I'm the body, then who takes over when I'm asleep? Who's running it right now? Who's running the liquids in my body? Again, that's a program running now. I'm using it right now, called the self. But again, some people like to do the game called the ego. They like to edge God out. They don't want source to assist them. Again, it's a game that we all play. We think that we're the genders, we're the sex and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, the gender and sex is the same thing. In this case, the color of our skins. And even that, most people miscue it. I'm black or white. I said, you're not black or white. That's for magic. You're dark skin or light skin. And at any given moment, you could be dark skin, and in another moment, you could be light skin. Depends if you're with an albino or a Nigerian. Again, that's the game that we play. That's noise.
I use that a lot. No,
I agree with you, Dom. You do definitely speak wisely.
Peace, Obama. What was I going to say?
Yeah, hey everybody in chat. I can't get to all your names, but peace and love to everybody that's here and giving support.
What do you think about Dom? I watched a lot of these interviews too with these soldiers because I want to hear what they're talking about because I know a few soldiers from Connecticut that went out, and I had a friend's sister that was stationed out there, but you know, they definitely change when they come back and they act macho, and they always say they did it for our freedom. And then they act tough, you know, but when they're all by themselves, living with all the murders they committed and having nightmares, they're a totally different person. But you know, a lot of them put on a mask in public. And,
Those are damaged people. You're not having freedom when you're in somebody else's country. That's called an invasion, or you're protecting somebody else's asset. Yeah, that's what that is. But hey, I get it. You know, they have a gun or whatever. I say, you really want to challenge something? Go bare fist and take a challenge with a lion. That now it's an equal fight. Outside of that, it's just a bunch of people that are damaged. And then if you ever have to take another human life, you know, even though we're in these acting forms, then you have to live with that too.
Yeah.
You know, now I get it. People are going to try to say, I represent my flag. You're representing a flag? Fucking child. That's the divide and conquer game. Different countries, different nations, different religions. Again, more noise. And when I say noise, there's distraction. If you could be able to really see it go inwards and say, okay, so how does that serve? How does this serve the elites who are running this realm? We're not participating, and we are. How are we participating? Like a bunch of children telling our parents how to run the household?
Yeah, these younger, man. When I see a lot of the youth and the way the system says punishing a child by spanking them or making them stand in the corner, any punishment, you know, I don't agree with beating the damn as a child, but a little slap in the butt or even in the face will set the child straight. But this generation gets none of that because that's bad and you will get arrested. So now look at the youth growing. I mean, it's out of control, man. They have no respect. Not all of them, but a good amount have no respect.
It could be, Charles. It could be, but then
taught a lesson.
But then you can have a child that turns around and says, but the parents, you send me to a schooling system. How the fuck did you fuck me over? Or you tell me that Christmas is real or isn't. Or you're letting me listening to music, not telling me about the frequency in music. Charles, this is not just about being children. Adults, most adults are fucking idiots and children's, including me. So I'm included in the fun. Most people just aren't willing enough to revolt within inside and say, you're playing a part of the game here. You know, how many parents send their kids to school and not understanding who are the teacher, who are the principals, who's the bus driver, and then they look surprised. Well, I didn't realize that person molested children. Fuck, that's on the parent. But then again, weren't they failed? Sure it is. This is a perpetual cycle. It's when you step out of it, then you see the insanity of all. Now you become somewhat of a witness. This is the story of Jesus being the witness, the observer. And we're like, holy fuck, this realm, it's the human part that's the problem, not nature. Nature's doing their part. If it's going to be destructive, it's also going to be constructive. But humans, we're too busy pointing fingers. We're back in the Garden of Eden pointing fingers to each other.
Huh. I used to, you know how long it took me when I was younger, Dom, and music and in movies, the sound, like it's different. Watch a movie with no sound and let's say a part of the movie makes you mad or want to cry. Turn the sound off and watch it. I used to think, why does this movie want to make me cry? Right? It's just a fucking movie. What's going on? Why am I? Or same thing with music. I didn't understand that the frequency of the sound is changing the molecular structure. I didn't know what cymatics was. I didn't know. But I knew at some time I would figure it out because I was so into that, trying to understand what's going on with my body. Why is it reacting like this? Can I overpower it? Can I stop it? Can I control it? So it's very interesting stuff.
Yeah. Dominic's words today definitely have me looking inward.
Yeah, Dominic people say in the past he repeats himself, but people got to realize it's not, you know, someone might watch a video one day, you know, people could catch it later, but Dominic says a lot of stuff that get you thinking, stuff you could apply to life for sure.
Well, there's the
It's not
concept
just
of
noise.
yeah. Well, there is, like when I say noise, it's just a lot of people don't realize how much we go sideways or we have diarrhea of the mouth, including me. A lot of it is mantras. When you start doing mantras, then you should embody it. Then you go silence, because it's always within oneself. That download is always within oneself. That's why we have many receivers in our vessel. To hear me, it's not about me per se. It's just information. I don't own it. I don't own language. I get to experience it or observe it. So I just articulate it, maybe because of the sign that I choose to come down in. But when people get very defensive, I said, that's telling me a little bit about you or somebody else. You know, you're not developed with your emotions. You're not developed with your mental plane or our physical body. Most of us are malnutrition. You know, when are we supposed to stop drinking milk? At the age of 7? Are we supposed to do the weaning process? But then we've been told or conditioned, yeah, just drink cow's milk. How does that serve me? You know, my body might tolerate it, but it doesn't. And I even say the word my body. That means that's not who I am. We speak our truths, but most people don't want to hear themselves. But yet they want to, know others. You know, the concept is about knowing thyself. It's not about knowing others, not about bitching and complaining about others. Now, we could say in an idealistic way, the human have lost their ways. They forget each person has their own gifts. And that gift could also be a curse, especially when people start attacking you. I'm like, okay, so how does that serve you to attack me? It doesn't.
I should have put this in the picture. I created this picture. Yeah, well, I was writing a rhyme, and I was going to talk about the thin blue line and how that line divided the country, but I said, son of a bitch, line, swine. I said, there we go. It's my new logo, thin blue swine. People who support the police, nothing has happened to them for the most part. They either support them or they're their family, so they haven't been on the other end of the tyranny. But that saying, back the blue until it happens to you. There I think James Freeman was a police officer at one point, and look what he's doing now. He couldn't, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to misquote him, but I think he said in one of his videos, I remember, that he seen the corruption in the police department. He did not want to become a part of that. So I salute him. And then there's another cop on YouTube. I don't know if he was sent to do what he's doing or he's truly being himself. He's a detective. I forgot his name. But he definitely talks against the tyranny. So I don't know. It's hard to tell nowadays if people were sent to do that or if they're natural and they're just being themselves. But this digital world is something else. It's going to be to the point where it's going to be hard to tell the difference. Shit, people can't now, let alone in the future. To me, I could tell the difference between a generated photo and a real photo. Even an AI produced photo. People say, you can't tell it. Show me one. I want to see an AI produced photo that looks realistic. Dom is barbecuing is right. Brecken says the things that happen to minorities is on purpose. It is known no one will fight for them, so it makes the tyranny easier to transition to. Then all of a sudden everyone is getting knee to the neck or turn into Swiss cheese. Yeah. I mean, that existed in the past. Now, I asked the question before. Has this always been this bad? Has tyranny always been this? It's spread like cancer, it seems. Now, is it because everyone has a damn camera on? And see, the phones, they wanted to use this to really spy on the people. Now, the terrorists said they're using this, the CIA, because I've been reading in these documents, to stop terroristic threats. No, they're using it because they're scared that the people are going to stop the real terrorists, right? The ones using this equipment on the people. So they got to listen to everything people say because they want to know what's coming. You know, oh, up them over there, they're starting to question too much, and you know, they want to know what everyone's talking, what's coming for them. Shit, even Joe Rogan said to build an underground shit. If I had the money like Joe Rogan, that would be mandatory. But how does that work? Like, if you got a contractor working on your underground labyrinth, how secret can it be? You know, considering that somebody's gonna have those blueprints, either the city, you know, or even if that don't happen, if you do it secretly, the person building it's still gonna know. The word can get out. What do you gotta shoot the fucking builder after he builds it? What's that saying? About how the Italians, the mob say that about a secret. One could keep a secret. Two, I forgot how it goes.
Yeah, you're spot on a lot of points too, Charles.
I would build an underground labyrinth offhand, man. That would be my. I wouldn't tell nobody. That would be my. Just to fool the government or police raiding your house would be an ultimate high. It would be funny to me to trick them. They think they're so slick. Even police, I can't stand that shit, man. They think they're so two-faced, and a person could read that right off the bat. They're always fishing and trying to sucker people. You know, always trying to the good guy, bad guy, the good cop, bad cop, or they try to be so nice. It's sickening how people fall for it.
Charles, can I share something about monitoring the people?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a parent, are you going to have a problem with a child that's questioning the system or complaining about the system?
Say that again.
If you're a parent,
right,
are you going to have a problem with one of your children questioning the system or complaining about the system? Do you understand that? You understand what they're monitoring?
Yeah, there is no privacy no more, for the most part.
No, look beyond the privacy. If you're questioning the system, you're actually assisting the system because people want, or the system wants, obedience. But if you're complaining about it, then just leave, go somewhere else. But most people don't realize how much comfort they have. That's where people become disobedient.
Yep.
Keep in mind, we're using their technology right now. when you want to make music, you're using an 8-track or 24-track, you're using their technology. That's like the child trying to tell the parent what to do. It doesn't work that way. And usually a good parent will say, tell me when you're done complaining. Tell me when you're done. Because right now you're talking noise. And the only reason why most people are complaining now is because we have technology to show how other people live. Back in the days, if you lived in a community where everybody was suffering, they all were. They understood it. If everybody was succeeding, they all were. And if one wasn't, we would try to assist them to understand why they're not succeeding or they are succeeding. What most people are doing, they're becoming very spoiled little children, expecting nanny state to change their ways.
Peace, Arrow. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna back out and come back in. They're saying my thing is gone. Hold on.
Yeah, your avatar is gone. Hey, Bex. Zero. Oh, when he said he was going to go out and then come back, I didn't know what he meant. Now I see.
It's just us, Candy. Maybe we could do some line dancing.
Now we can do the 2-step.
Okay, I'm with you. Or ballroom dancing.
Huh?
Or ballroom dancing.
Oh, yeah. For sure. You can be my Fred and I'll be your Gracie. Actually, speaking of dancing, there is one type of dance I want to learn, but I haven't gotten into it yet or found a place to teach it, but I would love to learn how to salsa dance. Do you do any type of dancing, Dom? Or have you?
Yeah, I enjoy dancing. I used to break dance and teach break dancing.
Oh,
When I
yeah?
was younger. And when I was younger.
I was always
But ballroom dancing.
I
Go
was
ahead.
always impressed by people that could break dance.
Mm-hmm. Younger generation has kind of took it to a different level. Same with people that do shuffling and all kinds of different dancing, even the tango and all that. All interesting dancing forms.
Oh, yeah. I'm always mesmerized by it.
I think you're part of, do you not have heritage in Indian, if I remember correctly? Am I correct by saying that, Candy?
Myself, no. My background is Irish and Swedish, but my daughter's dad was 50% Native American, Black Sioux.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a lot of tribal dancing too, for a lot of energy work.
Yes. Yeah, I've been to a couple of powwows back when I was a small child, into my teens, went with friends, whatever. Um, but yeah, you're right about that. Every race, I don't know if I should say race, every culture has their own type of dance, I should say. Culture's a better word, I think.
Well, if we have different languages and different cultures or nations, I can't see
Yeah,
why we wouldn't have even different kinds of music or dancing. It's a way of expressing oneself.
exactly. I think that's all we really came here to do was try to express ourselves, but somehow, some way, it's turned into what it's turned into.
Well, there's so many different energies going on. So I'm pretty sure that plays a role. You know, it's not just about when we're in these vessels, it could be what's surrounding it affects it. Obviously, the technology is showing that, you know, whether it's Wi-Fi or not. Welcome back, Charles.
Oh
Man,
yeah, I
my
like
fault.
that, dude. That's cool.
I was looking for this new avatar I had on Christos' live stream yesterday. Took freaking forever. I have like over 3,000 pictures. I'm a hoarder when it comes to pictures.
Oh, I used to be too, Charles, when I had my computer. Back in the day when I first got my computer in 2008 until 2013. I collected so many pictures on that thing. And luckily I was able to save the hard drive out of it and get everything transferred off that hard drive onto a flash drive. It took
What? Zero.
it was like 32 gigabyte.
Zero said, I'm only telling you all because I'm trying to get fired. Yeah. I don't know how that works to collect. I know when I worked for this bus company, I was there about a year and some change. And they fired me for a faulty I put in, but they didn't realize as I kept putting in for the machine to get fixed. Right? So then they fired me because they didn't fix the machine and it broke a mirror after I done wrote the machine up like 3 or 4 times. Not only did they fire me wrongfully, but they never showed up to the meeting for unemployment. So I automatically won. And I got paid almost $400 a week to sit home. I was making bank at this bus company. So, hey, I took it. I collected about almost 3 years.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, when I got unemployment during the 2020 thing, I took it. I wasn't
Yeah, if
no
you got bills to pay, you better take it.
I wasn't no fool.
Bill, that guy Bill, man, he's at your fucking mailbox every month, Bill.
Every month Bill shows up.
Bill. What's the other one? Bill and Rico. You don't want to meet neither of them. If Rico comes by and you're in an organization, you're fucked. Dominic's not an agent.
Who's saying that?
I represent the cat kingdom right now. I'm an agent for the cat kingdom.
If Dom was an agent, I don't think he would be speaking stuff to uplift people.
Oh, Dominic definitely uplifts me, and he has uplifted me today. So thank you again for those words.
But I do get where Rebecca's coming from. I know we joke about it. We all could be agents, unaware, helping the system, destroying the system.
Oh, that's Bex? Zero is Bex? Man,
Yeah.
People change so much, like, it's hard to keep up.
I can even be a bot. Maybe I'm a program within a program.
Hey, I wondered that. Can people use, like, can a guy find a AI woman's voice and disguise his voice? You know, how good is the tech to where that the tech we can get a hold of? How good is it to where, so can I download a woman's voice? I want to try that one day and see if I can fool people.
Charles.
Yeah.
It's like you, Charles, I think you did a talk a while back on pigeons or seagulls being drones. Well, cats could be drones. We just don't know the advancement of technology beyond the human experience. We're in.
Yeah, I seen a video on that.
Yeah.
I was like, Chloe, are you a fucking robot?
Sure, she is. You know, especially when they start picking up like energies in the room and all that. You know, again, the human experience, we're in it. This could be high-tech technology we have, and we're just trying to manifest it in a more of a non-object. Well, actually, it would be an object of some sort. you know, like AI, what we call AI, programs and the computer. It's all possibilities at that point.
Since I brought my cat up, it made me think, I shit you not, the next day after she passed away, somewhere within the 3 days after, I felt like cat footsteps on my bed. I thought it was my other cat, and I looked behind me and there's nothing there. And I'm like, I'm just bugging, you know. But then I was thinking to myself, how the hell am I feeling like little footsteps on my bed? There's nothing there. Crazy stuff. She might still be wandering in the apartment, right? She knows nothing else. If she was to die and she didn't realize she died, she don't know the outside. She should be stuck in here. Probably, I always think that can a spirit see you and not interact with you? That would drive me nuts if I was a spirit.
Yeah, I don't know, Charles. I used to think certain things. I used to. I don't want to use the term believe, but that's the term I'm going to use. I used to believe certain things, but now I feel like I don't believe what I used to believe. But there's a part of me that still holds on to certain things. As far as the spiritual realm is concerned, etc., etc. I'm a little twisted when it comes to certain topics of that nature, I guess, nowadays.
I guess, Candy, it comes to like belief systems. You know, people call it bullshit, but it's belief systems, BS. So the story I would, when I share with my buddies, is I can only believe in a guy named Jesus or Socrates because I've never met them. So it's only a belief system at that point. But if I got to meet these characters, I would now know of them, but I might not actually know what they stand for. So this is where discernment comes in. Most people judge with their likes or dislikes. Discernment is how does it serve in that moment, because maybe in another moment it might serve. It's like, think about, you know, people probably have this experience. You have this intuition or intuitive vibe. I'm supposed to do this or I'm not supposed to do that, and then another moment it might be something else. You know, women are usually presupposed with it because they're childbearing, so they probably lead more times than not with their guts. Men have to work at it. Men are more or less up in their hemispheres. So they think they have to get information from the written work kind of idea, hence scholars. But we all have that ability. To the extent, I don't know, it's an individual experience or observation for my case would be a lot of times. Because, you know, I wouldn't want to be that person that says, okay, Dom, there's 30 people. How many people it's going to take to put their hands on the stove for you to finally become the observer? You would hope that only one person has to actually put their hands on the stove to be the experiencer for all of us, so we can just observe. But unfortunately, a lot of people, they want to do it themselves. Okay, fill your boots. You want to jump out of a plane with a parachute? Yeah, give that a chance. I over elaborated, but this is where when we speak our where we stand. You know, what do you believe in? What do you know? What do you understand? What do you have discernment with or wisdom with? You know, most dogmas are belief systems. How could we truly prove if the earth is flat, let alone they look like those two spheres up in the skies? Anybody ever been high enough to prove that one way or the other? So what we end up doing, go ahead, Charles,
Sorry, you brought up the sun. And I was thinking about this yesterday, the Helios model. And I thought, what if the sun does come from, say there is a black sun and it's under us, right? And then it lines up with Polaris, and how that map goes that I got, it shows the sun and the moon the light come from the center. It's like an umbrella pole. And they revolve around that pole, whatever. The sun technically would be in the center, even though it's a reflection. you get what I mean, but just not the way they're showing it. That makes any sense.
The reason why it's called the sun, whether it's you or without an O, there might be a father, there might be another planet, another realm or planetary luminary out there. You know, there's a core to us, so people have kind of downloaded that information. So maybe the sun and moon are like big, strong magnets that rotates around the core that's under us. You know, again, that's all possibilities. Some people have got this information intuitively, but again, how would me and Charles Candy explain to somebody if we met an alien? How many books would we have to write? How many podcasts would we have to speak to convince somebody else of that story? They would have to experience it at that point, or at least observe. You know.
I think we live on this. Let me show you. This type of magnet.
That's a good example, yeah. And then once you start explaining how that works, then people can see the possibilities of that. You know.
Because when I look at this magnet, I could put Capricorn and Cancer on this magnet, and the sun's keeping the sun in between Capricorn and Cancer. Does not go over, you know, it doesn't go out of its, there's something keeping it within those two, what do you call them? The Tropic of Cancer and the salt water is a conductor. The sun's probably always over the ocean for the most part. So it's all electromagnetic, electricity and all that. It could be an infinite plane. That's what I'm thinking. You know, I don't know for sure. And I'm not going to say that's a fact because I've never, left the United States, for fuck's sake. Which sucks. Because there's so much to see in this world. Yeah, I could read about it and look at pictures, but that's not like experiencing it.
True, Charles.
Like I always say, is reading about swimming the same as actually swimming? No, it's not. You would still left to wonder how it feels to swim in the water, even though you read about it. It's two different things. Yeah, Peachtree dish.
Reading and experiencing it, but then there's the observer of that. So you could observe somebody swimming or a whole bunch of people swimming. Again, it depends on where a person wants to be. I get it. Some of us wanted to experience things, but we're always the observer. Always. There's always something observing. That's why when people go into hypnosis state or they're in a coma or somebody that gets mugged and all of a sudden they can give a complete description of who mugged them, but meanwhile it was just a quick moment in time, if there's such thing as time. So then who's the one that's always watching? This is the stuff that's beyond know thyself. The knower and the self are just programs. One's running the other. In this case, it's like DOS running the ongoing window. But there's other things running at the same time. I hate to use the word time, but just for the sake of conversation, time.
Peace to Sav.
The cameraman never dies.
Peace to Veli Ray.
You know,
I can't say this guy's name right here.
Well put, Candy.
Well, that's
How
what
do
they
you say
say.
this name?
Even the cameraman never dies,
There's that
and that's
immortal
the
part.
observer. That's the observer.
Yeah. Or it lives longer, maybe like an immortal kind of idea. It's just that we put so much value on the senses, and we see other people that we don't see their essence or whatever you want to call it no longer there when the body is just there.
What scares me is how my higher self's always right.
No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that, Charles.
It's scary because it's like,
it is
what the fuck's going on here?
People that do, drinking or they do things to alter their mind, the higher self comes out. It'll tell you what's going on, even though our personality and behaviors might try to fool other people, but those are just what they are, behaviors and personalities run by what they call demons or whatever. personality, many mask. We wear many masks. I am, and then we put whatever word. I'm an electrician. I'm a man. I'm a father. Those are our personas. That's not who I am.
Skinwalkers.
That's another good word too, by Charles. Skinwalker.
I've watched videos and it's like, come on, dude. Like these videos, man. I don't know.
Hey, I
People
wanted
play
to
them
give
like
a
they're
shout out
real.
to Belly Ray too.
Huh?
Belly Ray. I just wanted to give out a shout out to Belly Ray also. I haven't
Yeah,
seen him in a
Belly Ray.
while, but I know
Check
he's
Belly
holding it
Ray's
down.
channel out.
I know he's holding it down in the Portland, Oregon area. So
Yes, he is.
props to
He's
you, bro.
truly about his community, man. Salute to Belly Ray.
Exactly.
That's the
So
type of energy this whole country needs. We need to take our country back.
we got a lot of good people out in this
Oh,
world.
Chuck's a terrorist. Oh boy. I said take the country back.
Chuck the terrorist. I love it. What are you terrorizing, Chuck? Some cats? Some dogs?
Terrorizing myself.
We love you, Chuck.
It's true, Candy. You're a good soul, Chuck. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
I try my hardest.
Same here, brother.
All I ever want was to live in peace. I don't want to hurt people,
every day.
but that don't mean I won't fuck someone up if they cross the line or try. But other than that, I truly, what's the point of hurting people? I mean, unless your life's in danger, you get nothing out of hurting people. Some people love that shit, but in the end, there's no satisfaction. Even if your life was in danger and you got to hurt somebody, you got to live with that now. So, are you willing to live the rest of your life having nightmares and fucking that shit will haunt you?
Chuck, if I could say, part of nature is constructive and destructive, even the human experience. I get we don't want to harm people, but that plays a part in the evolution of our species, or in this case, the species of humans. That thing that you talk about, peace, change the word silence. A bullet to the back of the head will give you silence. A man that's out or a woman that's in the forest living as living off grid, I could use that cliche, off grid, could literally be living in silence. They don't feel as though they need to speak. We break our silence when we talk and type. So this is why when the Muslims, they talk about peace be upon you, silence be upon you, because if we're going to communicate with the higher self, you got to be in that state of silence. This is why Buddha says,
Assalamu alaikum.
Buddha says, fast and meditate. You abstain from eating food because something's always running all that function of your vessel. It's not the ongoing program, the waking state. And on top of that, you have to be in a state of meditation. Listen. This is why. Go ahead, Charles.
No, you said you have to fast, and I was joking in my mind. I said, yeah, the last time I told him Muslim he had to fast, he was at McDonald's eating fast food. He says I'm fasting.
True. But that's not everybody's journey. Not everybody's going to fast, even though we do fast. If you eat your last meal at 6, let's say hypothetically, people that follow that regimen, by 10, you're now in fast mode. But again, it's like silence. Most of us are in silence when we go to sleep, unless you have sleep apnea or something, and then you're just making noise, and you're probably disturbing your REM sleep. That information is out there. I don't think not one individual is going to be able to take all that information in. I just like to play with my mental capacity. For other people, they want to play with their physical. Again, it's all an illusion within the karma. The actions that we do. There's a reason why we have many words with the word act in it. Even the word fact gives it away.
The sound of silence.
Sorry, I had to get coffee. I'm not
Mhm.
fully awake. I need my drug, my coffee.
True. I'm with you on that, Charles. I'm drinking my shitty black coffee.
This
Yeah,
hour set
I need to get
of
a
forward
refill.
fucked me up.
Sorry, Candy?
I
Sorry,
could
Charles.
tell.
Oh, I said I need to get a coffee refill also.
When I got up
Dirty.
this morning, I overslept. I usually am up at 4. I didn't wake up to 5 because of the hour, and I didn't want to get up. I'm like, it should be only 4. But I'll get used to it.
What time was your cat up? What time did it wake you up? 3?
Well, I only have one cat now.
Doesn't matter how many have.
This cat she don't cry.
Mm.
She will sit there and stare at me though until I feed her. She'll rub my feet, but you know, I was thinking all them times Chloe would cry, and I'm like, it just eats me up that I used to think she was just begging for food and stuff, and now I look back and I think she was probably sick this whole time and trying to tell me, and my dumb ass was just thinking she was wanting food all the time. And I don't know. I love that cat. That was like a best friend. But why do we always do that when someone dies? There's so many regrets. The shoulda, coulda, wouldas kick in. Every single person I've lost as a friend or family, there's the shoulda, coulda, wouldas kick in. I should have did this. Could I have done that? You know, it's like, what the? I should have learned from the first death that.
Some people call it the 5 stage of grieving. You know, and it just shows you that you're alive, Charles, and you have an empath to you. You have sympathy and compassion for other, you know, live beings. You know, it's always interesting when my buddies say, you know, live and let live. I said that's a tough one to tell the animals.
Shit. When my mom died, Dom, I didn't even cry. You know, for a long time, and I would ask myself, because then my uncle died a week later, and I still remember me and my uncle had a weird relationship, like as far as family. Because he, you know, was always doing his thing, and the night before he died, he I don't know how the hell he got my number, but he called me, and that was the oddest shit ever, to tell me he loves me, and then he died that morning, which blew my mind. Like he knew he was gonna die, but I didn't cry for a long time, and I would question myself: am I evil? Why ain't I crying? You know,
Maybe
what
you know
the fuck's
something,
going
Charles.
on?
Maybe you know something, Charles, that you just haven't allowed it to come to your conscious mind, where we've introduced the concept of death, like even in the tarot card. Do we actually die, or do we just move on? Some people can still read the energy. Your cat might be still there. The energy, whatever was in that cat, might be still there. So I get it. We use words like life and afterlife. So when did we ever get this concept of death? Or is that just another trick that's been played upon us? You know, so maybe you didn't cry because you might know they're still here. They're just not in the physical form. You know, being in the physical form comes with so many challenges. I got to eat. I got to piss. I got to shit. I got to make sure I built a shelter for it. And of course, then it goes into disease, regardless of how much effort, whether it's me or others. Eventually, all of us have to face certain experiences, such as diabetes, heart attack. You know, it's just a latent of information you could put in there. Best part of the experience, I guess, if people want to just put emphasis on experiencing it.
Yeah, like with me, I was gonna say that my dad died when I was 17, and I was about to be a senior in high school, and I didn't like when I went to the funeral and everything. I can remember standing there with my mother and my arm around my mother, and she wasn't really crying, and neither was I. I didn't cry for him until Christmas rolled around. So it was probably about 5 months after he passed away was when I really experienced my emotion release, for him. I will say his death definitely impacted my life and impacted my journey and the choices I made from that point on, Everything that's happened to me has, caused me to make a choice one way or another. But that's life.
I didn't I didn't bury it. Oops. Like my grandfather. Hold on. I have a technical.
Having technical difficulties.
Yeah. My headphones.
If you give me a second, Charles, 'cause just to tie it up a
Alright.
little bit to what you bring the topic as slave to the system.
My mother was cremated, and we dumped her ashes in this pond. But I watched my grandpa go into the ground. I pictured I didn't picture. I could still picture my grandpa in the casket. Watched him go into the ground. I've watched numerous friends go into the ground. That's the painful part. When they're cremated, you don't see that. It's different. You still know they're gone, but you don't watch them go into the ground. You don't go and look at someone laying in the casket. It don't look like them. There's the eyes. You could look into the eye. Well, the eyes are closed, but you ever seen a dead person with their eyes open? It's different. You could tell there's nothing in it. You could just see the soul's gone.
I was going to say, Charles, back to your, the topic that you put in.
And then death. It's not the actual death that scares me, right? What worries me more is it just seems like a ritual when they cut people open. The excuse of we take the organs out because the excuse they have, it has to do with in the blood and stuff because of the casket and something with the forgot the not the pallbearer, the people in the I asked them, I said, why do you guys cut open and this and that? It had to do with the deterioration and the mess that it would create or something. I'm thinking that ain't good enough. What are they doing with all this blood and organs? Are they reselling them? Are they like chop shops for the human body? It's probably why in your license they ask you if you want to donate your organs or if you're a smoker or drinker. So they'll know. How long have these kidneys been in the car? It's not like we could go as far as I know, we can't go buy a fucking kidney if one blows out like a tire. Do you think the elite? Me personally, I think the elite is very far with their science, and they figure it out.
Hey, Charles.
How to keep the body young.
What I was going to say is about the organ donation thing. The organs won't survive once the body dies after a certain period of time. And most of the time, from what I understand, like if they know somebody's like on their deathbed.
Oh shit! No wonder I didn't hear anyone. My headphones are messed up. I was like, your avatar was lighting up. Now I can.
Okay. What I was saying was this about the organ donation thing is organs can only be harvested within a certain amount of time after that body dies. I've heard stories about people's organs being taken from them before they were actually dead.
That's crazy.
Was I Morgan out there?
No.
Okay. What was you going to say a while ago, Dominic? You were about to say
Yeah,
something.
no, I seen you on mute. I was waiting for you to say something.
No, yeah, they do that in Asia. They basically ship people by plane to a whole bunch of people that are waiting at the airport, and they're actually taking organs right then and there. That's been practiced for who knows how long. But to tie in a little bit about your topic, Charles, about slave and the system, most of us aren't really going to experience what's called death or the illusion of death. What we're going to understand is the suffering aspect. And most of us, our suffering is in more the attachments, such as with your comforts and pleasures. And that's where we become slaves, because we become attached to those things, opposed to just questioning them or just observing them or experiencing them. It's like when somebody tells me, sad as they may be, somebody that's been, say, physically violated at a young age, there's a lot of karma going on prior to all of that. And the question would be, are you taking a moment in time again to be concerned about? What did you have for breakfast? I don't know. What did you have for lunch? I don't know. So you're going to take a moment in time and not understanding that maybe in a previous life you did something to that other being that's taking advantage of you now. This is where people come back and they're healers, because in the previous life they might have been warriors. And even that, what are you healing? Are you healing what you experienced or what you observed? Somebody sees a house being burnt down. Are they the experiencer or the observer of it? Again, this is where a lot of us forget. We live in households that we're observing more what's going on energetically in our households than we're experiencing. That's why when parents say, we're not going to tell our kids that we're not going to get a divorce. If it's a child that has the ability to read energy, they're going to observe that. And if they have not learned how to deal with it later on in life, they're going to say, fuck, I have all these damage issues, but it's not theirs. Anyway, again, this is where we become a slave to the system, let alone the master to the system, because most of us forget, how do I interpret that stuff? Even that organ transplant, they understand about blood types and when do you actually do the organ transplant? Where does the moon and sun have to be? Oh, there's that string. We all have our own strings, Charles.
Yeah, we gotta cut them like this. I cut mine a long time ago. I don't even think they fully had me stringed up ever. I've always been rebellious.
Oh, you are rebellious, but did you ever get the strings underneath you?
What do you mean? Shoestrings?
I'm talking about the gravity pull, that thing underneath you. It's not just above us, the strings, it's below us too. But I get it. I get where you're going with it. You don't want to be.
Oh, the anchors, the anchors. Okay, yeah.
We are anchored here.
Yeah, before I was able to connect with my inner self, the crazy part is I always knew it was there. The religion had me ignoring my inner self, thinking it was, they tell you it's demons or Satan playing tricks on you. They're really good at disconnecting and anchoring people, so they don't find their connect with their higher self and realize, religion's just a control system. By using truth and lies, they take a little truth and they sprinkle in a little truth and a lot of lies. If they didn't have that little bit of truth in there, they wouldn't probably have been able to control the people. He's scared too.
In ancient, where they used to have stories about religion was set up so they were the mediums between us and the custodians. This is where they play the story of religions. But unfortunately, a lot of people put too much emphasis on religion, but not enough on state, biology, science, let alone commerce. Commerce is the one that actually rules. It's the one that sells you a story about religion or state, let alone the products that we have to eat. So again, this is where they got the idea of religions, priest or whatever. They would be the middlemen or middle people between them and custodians. Now, that's a tough one for some people because they have to see it first before they believe it. Well, then who runs this realm? Do you see air? No. Let's say some people do, but how do you explain it to the rest of us? You know, do you see how the waters are held back from the landmass?
I'm going to, let me just pull this up so I can let people know. I'm just going to go in real quick. I was doing some researching yesterday. I was researching a topic, and I started to notice, even though I know about these great fires, I started to realize between 1870 and I'll go all the way up to, I don't know. I don't want to go too far. Because even though I know Vietnam, not only was Vietnam about drugs, but it was also about destroying these old temples that were there. Just like World War II was to destroy, they bombed all the old architecture. But I started to realize, I'll just say from 1870 to 1890s, 1900, when it's more or less like the year 890, right, to the year 920, or when did World War II end? I'll go a little further. 1940s. But these fires.
World War II ended in 1945.
All right, like this picture. This is, let me look at the name. The St. John's in New Brunswick. It says Great Fire in 1877. Let me find this picture. What the hell? Where'd it go? Oh. Here we go. This one, I know it's a sugar house. This one is 1866. It says York and Danforth Street in Portland, Maine, right? Portland, Maine, a great fire, 1866. And I just thought it was cool to throw this in there. Boom! An old fire truck. All right, this one is, let me see. Oops. This is Johnstown. Well, this was a flood of 1889. Now, we all know they can create those too. This is Portland, Maine, 1866. I think this is a Chicago fire. This is Brownstone Quarries. Oh, in Portland, Connecticut. Okay. That had nothing to do with the dang fires, but this is the Chicago fire. Let me see what year this was. The Great Fire of Chicago, the Great Fire of Portland, New Brunswick. I mean, all over the world there's these fires. Yep, 1871. Chicago fires was a cathedral. This one is, shoot, where is this? Right here. That's another one of Chicago. Look at that pillar. I mean, you could tell that pillar that's on the ground, I mean, it was like thick granite or cement. This one, this is Chicago too. Same fire. This one is, I think this is this is the mill fire in 1878 in Minnesota. This is also Portland, Maine fire. The heck was this one?
So what are you noticing about all these fires between this specific time frame that you were talking about?
And this one's the 1892 Great Fire of Wisconsin. This one. Well, I've noticed in this time frame of 20 years, these great fires happened in Chicago. Look at and I'm looking at them, and they're all the same. For a fire doesn't crumble buildings like that, especially brick. They either look like bombs went off, dynamite, or some sort of weaponry that was used. They don't look like fires. And all these major cities, Chicago, even the Bronx in New York. I don't know when that happened, but you can tell when these people want to. My point is all these major fires in these major cities, that a fire in a brick building is not going to burn an entire fucking city down. It just, that's my point. Like, it seems in those 20 years they were knocking down a lot of the old architecture. And after World War II, to me, it was the biggest one. They destroyed the entire Germany, damn near. Yeah, not damn near. Yeah, the whole country of Germany was bombed to oblivion.
There was fire in San Francisco, I think in the early 1900s as well.
Yeah. So I didn't know about Minnesota or Portland, Maine, and that's my thing. Like Wisconsin,
Yeah,
I'm starting to see this stuff.
You are, you know.
Yeah. I'm starting to realize all these major cities have some sort of fires, even the Bronx. Bronx was like a war zone. And you start to look in history, you could align all the pictures. I mean, this don't look like no fire, man. None of these. It looked like bombs went off. You mean to tell me a fire crumbled all these bricks? Come on.
Done that more than a fire.
It's like a fucking dynamite. I've never seen a fire crumble a brick building like that. And people, chimneys are made of bricks, right? When does the chimney crumble after fire?
Like I said, that's more like tornado damage than a fire.
Yeah.
A tornado will wipe out a brick building. Trust that.
Devastation, man, everywhere. Within these 20 years, it's crazy. Instead of knocking stuff down, they probably did it this way because people didn't want to sell their properties.
Exactly. It's all about land grabbing. They've been land grabbing for centuries.
You don't want to sell it? Okay, we'll burn it down. Or we'll fly a drone and just melt it. We'll get you out of there one way or another.
Yeah, they're wanting to do this, so and they try to probably do it more in the. Eventually, they'll do it in the more rural areas to try to get people to move inwardly towards closer to a city. They want people more in a city.
Are you using the mic?
Me?
Hold on. Yeah.
Why?
Hold on. I'm messing.
Screwed up?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to see. Now speak.
Testing. Sound like it's messed up.
Yeah, I was taking the echo off and putting it on, seeing, because it gives like an interference, like a brrr, and I thought it was me till I unplugged the mic and still heard it. I mean, unplugged my headphones.
Okay. Is it still there?
Yeah, you hear what I'm saying, Dominic? Do you hear it on her? The interference a little bit, the humming sound, the
Say something again, Candy. Sorry.
Hello, testing.
Yeah, when you actually unmute, there's a humming. When you unmute. Yeah, right now I can hear it.
Okay, I heard a humming in my ear whenever Dominic was on too.
Let me go out and come back in, see if it's me.
But I don't hear it when it's just me and you. I'm just thinking it's background noise, but I don't have anything going in my apartment right now. Sometimes when my heater comes on, you can hear it, but I don't even have my heater turned on right now because it's going to be like...
Yeah, I still hear it.
Well, let me just mute.
Let me see what Dom's writing.
Oh, is he writing?
Dom said, what is the real meaning of karma? Hinduism identifies karma as the relationship between a person's mental or physical action and the consequences following that action. It also signifies the consequences of all the actions of a person in their current and previous lives in the chain of cause and effect in morality. What is a simple definition for system? A system is a way of working, organizing, or doing something which follows a fixed plan or a set of rules. You can use system to refer to an organization or institution that is organized in this way. Yeah, if Candy has, she could have, you know, when I used to hear that sound back in the day when I would have a receiver, I've noticed like dirty wiring. You know how like the old school speakers, you would plug the wire, you would push that thing and put the wire in it. They didn't have the plugs. I've had that problem with dirty wiring on speakers, and also if you plug into the wrong, like they have the yellow, white, and red wiring, if you plug into the wrong plug, even a microphone, it'll have interference because, like Smoke G Sharp said, the grounding.
Okay, well, I took my headphones out and put them back in. Does it sound better?
Hold on. Let me mute up when you talk. Go ahead.
Okay, does it sound better now? I took my head.
Has that interference. Like, what the hell is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna take Dom out and put him back in just to see. Don't worry, Dom. See?
Okay. Is it still doing it?
Hold on, let me try this.
Here, I'll unmute. Is the noise coming or no? I think it's coming from.
Oh, it's not there. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe the volume's too loud on your Candy. Maybe on your side, the microphone.
She took the mic out.
Oh.
I think it actually might be the mic volume. That's what I'm thinking.
Is that
Just turn
better?
Turn the mic volume down. Let me do it. Let me see. Edit mic.
I don't hear it anymore, Candy. Are you unmuted?
Now go ahead.
I'm unmuted, but I turned my volume button on my phone down.
Huh.
Can you still hear it?
Yeah, it's all right. Because I can hear you, but it's just, we'll just deal with it. I really don't care.
Maybe we need technology from NASA when he went to the moon. clarity of no sound. Yeah, I'm over here. I'm in the moon. Yeah, sure, you're in the moon, all right. You sure you're not underwater?
Yeah, it does sound like something isn't grounded. Like Smoking a G-Sharp said.
I'll have to check my headphones later. I'll get a cotton ball and some alcohol and rub around the connection.
Is YouTube off on your phone?
Let me look.
It's probably all of Candy's ancestors probably around her right now.
You know, if you have a phone and you're talking on it and it's next to, say you're on the live stream, I've noticed. You ever notice if you go near a speaker when you're on the phone, it'll make
now?
that same sound? Huh?
Is it better now?
A little
No,
better.
it's still, yeah, it's a little better.
I mean, I just went and just took everything that was on my phone, you know. I just swiped all my windows off except for this one just to see if it made a difference. But I guess it doesn't. But yeah, after I jump off of here and everything, I'll try to clean my connection and test it out later with G, probably.
True, Axis did say
Peace to
something.
Anto.
Yeah, Anto's cool. He posts a lot of stuff in the Danny Wilton archive. Danny Wilton, man, he did some amazing work.
Might Smoking a G-Sharp said might have a bad wire on the headset.
Yeah, I'm looking
But
in the chat right now.
It does sound like the hum you get when you're close to a speaker with a phone. It does that, or it sounds like a bad connection on a receiver. I've forgotten that sound. I gotta make, while Axis is here, I gotta make sure I have the alert on his channel, so when, you know, there's no disrespect to anyone, but I like channels that, you know, speak knowledge and wisdom where you can. I really don't watch, even if it's entertaining. I don't consider downing people entertainment no more. Yeah, I don't see any what's the word I'm looking for? Any benefits in downing people. That shit's worthless to me. And that's through experience. I realize when I would down people, what gives me the right to down someone to say, even if I don't like the music, like I said earlier, instead of downing someone because I don't like their music, I should find something positive to say about them instead of downing them, uplift them. There's more benefit out of that than shitting on people.
True, Charles. It does, yeah. Even that, if we're talking about ideals, you know, I get it when people do, or they watch things like WWE or whatever, they're getting paid to play those parts, you know. You know, especially, Charles, what I've noticed, you talk a lot about ideals, or you put up pits. It shouldn't really be about us. Now, how you perceive it, that's one thing. But for some people, they get their own feelings or personality caught up in some of these conversations. It might serve, but again, it depends on the host. In this case, you know, you've shown consistency in certain areas. You might have allowed a lot of people to have like a, how would I put it, long enough rope so they can hang themselves with it.
That's right. I wasn't subscribed to Axis because he never put nothing in the chat. Anyway, now I am. Cool. Because when he said he was going live, or he said he was going live, I'm like, damn. I kept missing. I'm like, why am I missing these lives? Oh, because I was never subbed. That's why.
I hope you come up there sometimes. Axis usually breaks down a lot of information, or some of it anyway. Can't say a lot, some of it, because you know, a lot of times it might not be well received by certain people because they just don't understand. Go ahead.
All someone has to tell me is, you know, I respect everyone, even if we don't see eye to eye. Like if someone came to me like Access and said he has a lot to lose, and you know he does, you know, in his life, and I respect that. I'm not gonna go over there and start talking about my viewpoints and stuff and disrespecting, because you know some people could be in certain positions at a work or something, and
again, Charles, because we're you know, it's already been implemented in certain parts of the world. We're under a credit system, so how we speak on these platforms, inquiry is one thing, but being disobedient or making name calling of other people or accusing other people of certain behaviors publicly, it's kind of like the police when they pull you over. You know, you have the right to remain silent. Whatever you speak openly, in this case, will be used against you in commerce court. So this is kind of like a court system here, or in this case, like a police system. So
that's
what
funny though.
yeah, well, it is, but there's some validity to it. So what we say could affect us. That's why I'm very hesitant to play the I hate these people or I like these people. You know, if it's a private conversation, that's different. But and most people, you're trying to avoid going into public court. You want to settle every time outside of court because the court systems are controlled, whether we like it or not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm writing this down with Danny. Piece of Danny Wilton archive. I'm gonna check out that DT770. Is that a microphone? I need something better for my music. But I was saying it's funny only, Don, because the cop will sit there and tell you you have a right to remain silent, right? But then when you flex your rights and you don't have to give your ID up, or you remain silent, now you're suspicious. Now you're doing something wrong. After they done told you you have a right to remain silent. Now you don't want to speak. Now you're suspicious. You've done something wrong, right? It's the hypocritical stuff is just insane.
Well, it's not about what you don't say, it's about what you do say. They do say it. Remember, these people are parroting what they've been trained. So you have the right to remain silent. What you say can and will be used against you in court. What you say, doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, positive or negative, it'll be used against you in court, meaning that it will be brought up in court. People make a lot of assumption with their likes, thinking, well, I don't want to hate me. I said, no, it'll just be used in court. And what is court? Commerce court. It's about financial. So a person says, okay, you got hurt. How much do you want? What do you want to settle for? You want a new fence? You want more money? What do you want? It's the same with these credit systems. You know, people have this idea we have freedom of speech, not on these technology. That has to do with what the government talks about when you're in a public platform. But is this really a public or run by a private institution? Whether it's Facebook, Spotify, YouTube, people should be very wary of what they say, especially when there's a credit system coming up. You know, our behavior sometimes by giving name calling sounds like people aren't able to control themselves. So therefore, they're disobedient to the system. Now, whether people agree with me or disagree with me, you should be wary of your own vessel. Know exactly what you say, you know. I know there's consequences of what I say out loud, and I'm not really worried about the masses because the masses are already chaotic anyway. They're bitching and complaining with each other, thinking that's going to change anything. Which it could, energetically.
Like all these movies I see lately, they either got robots in them. There's many movies I've watched so far that they're showing where people can die and get their brain put in a robot. There's ones where the police, the one I told everyone to watch the movie Code 8, because I think that's going to be our future, where the drones are dropping police robots and shit. They probably already have that tech. And we're going into they say, oh, it's going to be a perfect world with, you know, technology could be so much better. That's the trick. You're going to fall into the ultimate slave system. I'm talking ultimate.
Okay, since you brought that up, Charles, let's entertain the idea of transhumanism. How many people would actually favor the concept of you can live in a vessel that doesn't age anymore, doesn't get sick anymore. It has the ability to, you could just tap your left temple or your right temple and get all kinds of information. Keep in mind, we have cell phones. So we've been slowly been conditioned. Because when it comes to the physical vessel, the human experience, it's a lot of consumption. Most people are not participating in growing fruits, their vegetables, raising their cattle, or replenishing wild game. So at that point, we've become a nuisance to the system. Now, are we already artificial intelligent? I would think so. It's just more of a physical artificial, and even that, it has an expiry date on it. A lot of people would gladly take the chip if you sell it correctly to them. Now, from the outside, people say, I don't agree with it. I said, yeah, because they're giving you the extremities. Somebody's putting on a chip and they're like a robot. But how many people already are robots?
Like this. They already have robots with a button in their temple. And with Katy Perry, I got stuck. You see how Katy Perry and that robot have the same, she's touching the same spot where the robot, and her eye was stuck, and she kept trying to hit that button that's near her temple probably to reset or something, but no one's eye gets stuck. I don't care if you got fake eyelashes. No, your eyelid isn't going to get stuck down, you know? So, yeah. I when I seen this video, the robot in the background, and that button came up, it lit up, I said, no way. I had to go find this picture of Katy Perry. That's what it reminded me of right away.
True. There's usually a pendulum in that action, Charles. If enough people, or at least 50 plus 1%, start using a certain type of technology, the rest of us are either going to say, I don't agree with it, but I'll still use it. You know, again, there could be so many NPCs among us, and then people want to be like them. I want to be famous. I want to be rich, which, hey, all the power to them. If they want to experience being famous, all the power to them. If they want to become rich, the only difference is both of them have lots of people trying to vie for that. You know, how many people want to be a singer? This happens to be in this age, people want to be rappers. Previous ages, or in this case, decades, people want to be rock and roll or disco or country. That's all it is. But it doesn't matter.
Anyone can be a rapper nowadays. You don't even have to have skills. You could be a conveyor belt rapper. They'll give you your clothes, they'll write your music, and they'll produce your beats. That to me, that's not an artist. That's a clone.
Well, again, Charles, it goes back to when somebody says back in the days of photography, and they say, "Oh, back in the days when we used to go in a dark room to do our filming." I said, "Okay, so what about back in the days when people used to be in a cave and they used to chisel art?" You know, it depends how far back you want to go. Everything is still technology. If you can cut and paste and do a rap song, it's the same ideal. Especially when people understand most of the famous rappers are usually just probably singing somebody else's lyric and playing somebody else's tunes. You know, they just put them together. Go ahead.
I looked at it as a craft, though, like writing music and expressing. To me, it was therapy. It was a skill, and it was poetry and art. It's an art form. How can you master a craft when you don't write your music, you don't make the beats, you don't dress yourself, you're just a made up character? What type of a craft is that?
That's a different type of craft. No different than when you watch movies. You'll see people that act out movies. That's one craft. There's people that download movie scripts. That's another craft. There's other people that produce it. In the music industry, they have thousands of different crafts to pump out that one song. The one that actually knows how to distribute that particular music is a different type of craft. I get where you're coming from when it comes from within oneself. Well, now you're talking about a person that can do a beatbox. They can use their own voice to make music. You know, but that's a different one. A lot of us have to use, not maybe me, but other people, you use instruments, you use keyboards. Those are different types of crafts. That might assist your own craft. You know?
Have you ever watched those videos, Dom, and these beatbox challenges? My mind was blown away. I'm like, dude, these young men or whatever are talented. I thought Biz Markie was good, you know, or what was the other one? There's Biz Markie and what was his name? There's one more. Not the guy from that Police movie where he would make all the sounds. That was Police Academy. Remember him?
There's another gentleman, him and his daughter do beatbox. Again, those are people have to learn how to take in a bunch of air too. You know,
right?
How to breathe.
Dougie Fresh. That was the other one I was trying to think of. But yeah, they're talented. I was just like, wow, how are they doing these sounds? I was intrigued. Danny says he's seen real clones. I hear a lot about, and I also have, well, I'll show one picture. These are going to be for my video. I'm going to put it out today, the video. And the clip I seen from the movie, you'll understand when you see it why I'm putting it out. But this is a picture that I found. How real is it? I don't know. But this is the stuff that, you know, when you look a little deeper into a lot of this genetics and stuff, you will come across this. This is real? I don't know. But they do talk about making a fertile womb where they can grow probably anything without a mama. You know, it's a synthetic womb.
Manipulation's been going on for a long time, Charles. Even us in the form we're in, it's been manipulation.
Yeah, what if we're grown in a lab? What if we were created genetic splicing?
They've done studies where they've said roughly there's about 500 different types of humans out here, and the rest of us, there could be another Charles, somebody that looks like Charles or looks like me, might be in a darker skin, lighter skin. You know, this is why when they talk about certain singers that have been replaced, they call them clones, but they literally could be duplicates, people that are very similar, like a lot of leaders. Yeah. Not a lot, some leaders have clones or twins of themselves. You know, the Queen of England could have.
Like Saddam.
Yeah, that's the reason why they had to report openly on their media that they actually got the real one, because they understood that there's many of them. You know, same when they talk about Adriel or what's his name, Paul McCartney.
Hey, get a facelift. They could do face recognition in computers and find the person closest to your face build, do a little surgery, train the person for a year, you know, try to talk like them, train you. And I still think everyone's voice is different. I don't care if you try to mimic them, you're still not sounding exactly like the person. I think our voice is like a fingerprint.
It could be, and you have to have probably a really strong, cute ear or some technology that can differentiate. It's like Michael Jackson. There's a good chance he probably got removed a long time ago, and they just did the physical transformation to just replace him with somebody else.
Have you seen the Barbara? Is it Barbara Streisand? The one with the nose.
Barbara Streisand.
She played Michael Jackson.
Yeah,
I seen something about that, and I was mind blown on how her nose and I mean, the stuff they showed was identical to her. And I said, man, how long have we been getting duped with these characters? Like Scooby-Doo said it all. So I didn't understand Scooby-Doo until about 8 years ago. I said, motherfucker, they've been right in our face this whole time.
What did he say? What did Scooby-Doo say to us, Charles? Sorry.
Do
you remember?
Scooby-Dooby-Doo. I don't remember.
But you probably caught it. You noted it. Something that he said, like, yeah, are they doing that shit to us? Probably.
I remember at the end of every episode, it'd be like a mayor or a police chief. And if you go back and watch some of the episodes, there's always an important person in a high position that had a mask on, and they would play either someone scary or they were trying to scare them out of property. It was like always something, and they would always pull the mask off, and they would be like, Chief Williams, it's you, right? Like, it's always been there.
Sure it is. It's always fun and games. Yep.
They get
That's
a
what.
kick out of deceiving us and us falling for it. They must get such a fixation off it.
What happens when you work for those industries and you get one of those like aha moments and you realize, holy fuck, I've been duped, but I'm getting paid a shitload of money to stay in the system. That's the challenging part. Most people just assume people that work for NASA or the music industry, they're aware of all the system. I don't think they are. They might eventually say, that might be above my pay scale. Would they literally change their ways if they were getting paid millions of dollars? This is where when people get caught up in the rapping industry, well, why would they do it? I say, you offer somebody enough money and fame, you'll see how human behavior kicks in.
Shit, if someone came to me and said, I'll give you $50 million right now to lie to your mother, like Joe Rogan said, if they were paying me millions, I'll lie to my mother. Next thing you know, he's changing his mind on the moon landing. Like, he was all with the moon landing's fake, and all of a sudden he's like, I was wrong. He's got a NASA shirt on. I'm like, oh, they bought him.
You're being polite, Charles, when you say lie to your mom. They say, listen, Charles, we're gonna get you to watch us kill your mother, and we're gonna record it. There you go. $50 million. They might give you $1 for that lying to your mom. Again, you give enough money to people. Now you understand Kanye West, or you talk about some people, hey, my child just died. My mother just died. Or, hey, they got a recording of somebody doing pedophilia.
Yeah, that always happens. Don't you
Sure
notice
it
that
does.
when they get this money, someone close to them, and I'm thinking, you sleazeball.
Well,
I couldn't do it. Watch my mother. What? I'll take that as this. I might choke the guy out.
using hypothetical here, Charles. I
know.
can confirm that. But again, you do hear
I was gonna
stories.
joke and say, all right, I'll lie to my mother and take the money and be like, psych, she's already dead.
Yeah, they probably already have. They already read your. They probably could read your energy already. So again, it's one of those things where we're already at a disadvantage because we really don't work collectively. Let alone most people understand what signs they are in, how the luminaries affect them. Again, this is just a game we play with each other. I say it's a game. Other people might call it reality. They might call it cruelty. They can call it whatever they want. It's how you want to perceive it. I say it's a game because it gives me an opportunity to perceive it more. It's like when people vote. Once you vote, you've picked a side. If you don't vote, you can play the game more.
I voted one time. It was the Clinton versus Trump. And I was voting for Trump my whole way. I told this story before. When I got to the voting place, I noticed it was all Hillary. It was all these like foreign type people. You could tell they were like foreigners like that, or probably on a green card or something. I don't know. I don't think you could vote if you're on a green card. But anyway, you could tell. Anyway, the point was, by the time I got in, I was in line, people are talking to me and all these reps. By the time I left out the door, I had voted for Clinton. And I'm like, what the hell happened here? Right? I was going for Trump the whole way. And by the time I got out, and it didn't matter who I picked, I realized. I just didn't feel good about it. It wouldn't have mattered if I picked Trump or this. It's just nonsense. It didn't feel good at all. I actually felt like I played myself. I felt like I failed myself because I told myself I would never vote. So in reality, if I took 40 million to lie to my mother, it wouldn't be. The lying to the mother is bad. What would eat me up is me taking the money and going against, what I'm about. I would only fail myself and it would eat me up and I would just be in misery. And I'd only be fooling myself. Peace, Dean.
Peace, bro. How are you this morning? Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dean. We're talking in circles right now, Dean.
We're talking in circles. Well, it's pretty bloody hard not to end up in a few circles when you're talking about what we do in this world, how this world affects us. My my stance on it. I'm pretty much a tree man.
think that's way too
you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. You know, I was watching London the other day, and I was watching this in his series, and you know, there seems to be a lot of talk about a bird, doesn't there? You know, and I mean, we got birds. You know, of all the animals that you could pick on to relate about, to give significance to, we give a lot of significance to birds with, like, birds of prey, birds with big eyes, birds that see a lot. You know, that's pretty interesting. You know, there's a very big significance to the bird in our societies, right?
Perked me up. It perked me up, Dean, because I'm a cat. I have a cat, so that works good for me.
Yeah, it works good for you. I mean, you know, like, there's been cats too. There's another one that's been used for you know, it seems to be some kind of symbol. Yeah,
It could be, Dean.
There's a lot of work in symbols around birds and cats, birds of prey, owls. For me, you know, I tend to look at why would you have such an attraction towards these things, you know? And for the bird, and the bird of prey especially, is that they've got bloody good eyesight. And the eye itself is just, it's something definitely extraordinary. You know, I said to Maureen yesterday, Dom, or yesterday, was it the day before? I says, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if our eyes read frequency. And that the colors we see are just, you know, just frequencies, really.
I've said in the past, reading the room. Yeah, so I can see that. You can read energies. So in this case, you're talking about frequency, Dean. Thanks for saying that.
So there's a lot to this eye, you know. I mean, the intricate balance between your eyes and your ears, especially when you're in a situation where you need to have all your faculties on point at the time, you know, like in fight or flight, for example. And you know, to me, that's a pretty strong. I always mix up my words. I can write bloody well. And when it comes to speaking, I bloody mix up my words. Dyslexic. I get dyslexic. But yeah, there's, you know, our eyes and the eye is extraordinary, really. And I just, you know, the connection between the eyes and the ears and our fight or flight mechanisms, they're pretty on point. Now, yeah, people like, I'm not so, Not say like to different people, but there are people who think along the lines of evolution and how something like that could evolve. But I don't believe that. I don't believe in evolution. It's to me, the eye is like a bloody machine. It's almost the machine part of our body that isn't the tech of it is just so much more than just the movements of a muscle or even the brain itself is like fluid chemicals moving through neurons and things. I mean, that's pretty bloody amazing. But the eye itself is it's like it's almost connected to all the brains and all the different parts of the bodies. Like every nerve in your body's probably connected to the eye.
It is.
Maureen did a bang on the head last night. Apparently, she went to get up and her leg went out. I think it's. I said to her, "You ladies have a habit of sitting down and cross-legged," and I watch. You watch some ladies getting up after they've been sitting cross-legged for a couple of hours. They feel like they got no legs, or one foot is completely numb. I think that's what happens to Maureen last night. She went to get up, and there was no bloody feeling in her feet. And she hit the concrete last night. She's got a bit of a bloody major bruise. Hello, Axis. How are you today?
Hey, Dean. Come to answer questions. Charles, Dom.
Hey, Axis.
Peace, Axis.
Yeah, that'd be great, mate. Let's
Thank
do
you.
it.
Yeah, just whatever you guys want to throw out there. I may not have an answer for it.
Maybe try to
Well,
break down.
you might have an answer for the frequency of the eye.
Mhm.
I mean, I know you do a lot of study on frequencies.
Yeah, Dean, the eyes seem to pick up a vibrational frequency of an audio visual stimulation.
Yep, that's exactly right, love. You hear a noise and your eyes are open and you're looking in the direction that you heard that sound come from.
That's all vibration, really.
So, is there a difference between the difference of the frequencies of the eye? Has there ever been a recording of the frequencies of the eye compared to the frequency, say, of our voice?
You can get visual patterns from audio stimulation. Once you stimulate something with audio, within the range, you're going to get a visual response from that. But the thing with the difference between the audio and the visual is the difference between, like, I don't know, your 9-volt battery and a wall plug. They're completely, one's more receptive to this particular vibration and frequency and tuned into that range, and the other one is designed for another spectrum and range, but they work in unison when they're honed in together.
That's cool. I mean, that answer in itself has a range of depth that we can talk about. It's just amazing. The fact that the eye and the ears, every nerve, just about every nerve ending, is connected. And
So far, I'm sorry.
it's all right. You go ahead.
I was just going to say from observation, it seems that the sensory perceptions have been developed for a survival, basically a natural selection type situation,
Thank
and
you.
have been engineered away from that to a different type of um, reception to unnatural states of what we would consider to be danger now. Whereas before, we would probably be able to hear and feel a predator coming up on a human. Whereas now, they have to go as far as to use sirens and decoherent noises to alert you. And you stay relevant to red lights, that makes you responsive to stopping, audio noises of an ambulance stopping, applied to driving. And
Okay,
we
here's a
use other
question
types
for
of.
you.
Yeah,
How long in that process, how long would it take for us? Because I feel like when you're born, you have all these highly tuned senses. So we could say, how many generations could we live in this world before we would lose all those and change so that we don't hear any of them anymore?
I
Because I
can give
feel
you
like
the equation.
because I feel like we're born with them, right? So if we've been in the human experience experiment of this world, for example, how long has that experiment been working to make us, because I kind of feel like we come here already, like you got all your senses there, right? But if you had been subjected to a world of alarms for, say, a couple of 100 years or 100 years, would that play a part in how, and when you come, because I really believe in reincarnation, so I'll put that out there. So I'm working on the principle of reincarnation. How many times would you reincarnate with a bloody siren in your head being your alarm system, rather than being attuned to sight, sound, hear, touch, taste, feel,
Yeah, I can give you the equation, Dean. For an individual, it's one generational death cycle. And for the mass population, it is one generational worldwide death cycle. That would bring that into being a part of your sensory perception at birth, genetically transferred.
Yes, genetically transferred, yes.
Yeah, it's one death cycle, one per generational, one per species.
That's what it's an interesting thing, because I kind of feel Axis, what Dom, Chuck, that like the giants themselves, if we look at the giant trees, I mean, I know that some people don't like the subject, maybe They feel a little bit off center of it. But the giants themselves, it almost seems that they went through a society of their own, and they had a world urbanization thing as well, where they were, I feel, nomadic peoples in that time. There were nomadic giants, and I also feel there were urbanized giants. And I feel that the urbanization of any human species is what is what I call being worlded. And so I call it urbanization. If it wasn't for the felling, the collective of a urban population, we wouldn't need to fell all the land to get farms to feed the bloody population. You know, we'd train the tree, we'd retain the trees. I mean, I'm taking this a bit bloody far, but I feel that it's urbanization that we fuck the system up with. I also feel that we tick this place until it ticks out too much, and it's got too much tick, and it's too much pressure, and the fucking thing just gives up. We get a fucking a major event. I don't know whether it's earthquakes and all these other fucking things happen, and then we have a cataclysmic event. It shuts the fucking place down because there's too much pressure from too much electricity, too much magnetism, too much electromagnetism even, and the place just fucking, it just gets overrun and shuts itself down, and we have to start again. And that's what I think a reset is. And I feel like urbanization is what causes it in the beginning. Electricity, the need for it has become so great today that we are constantly finding ways to make it, to find sources of energy that are like it. To me, it stands to reason that we are placing ourselves and the earth and everything in it in something that's just not made for it. It is. It's basically a magnetic system, but why take it to the point where we fill it with too much pressure? That's what I feel has happened. But anyway, that's my verbal. I feel urbanization is the problem here. That if we had found a way to live with the world's creatures and the plants and everything, and have a symbiotic relationship with them, we would be an amazing, magical people, that's for sure. But anyway, that's my take on it.
Yeah, it's a matter of consumption and byproduct. And once that's done in a situation where you're manipulating the natural state of things, then you become self-destructive. The world will be fine. The earth will be fine. It's the life on it that won't be.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, like it's one thing for sure, Axis, you know, when the lockdown came, the world lockdown, there was no doubt about it. When the man was taken off the place, the animals came out. And when the animals came out, they came out with no fear. It was like they knew they had free fucking free range. Yeah, it's like they knew it.
And what was their byproduct? They come to consume. Did they leave a byproduct?
To me, the byproduct of that is that if the animals, if we had been taken off the surface, even shoved back down underground, and said, right, leave the bloody surface alone for another 1,000 years, the animals will have it all covered in bush with all fertile lands and everything. And we can come back and start again and do the same bullshit again. We can cut all the trees down and we can harvest them all and make all this beautiful big world with all our industries and everything.
Well, that's
And then we can have underground time of 1,000 years and let the earth do its thing.
yeah, that depends on whether you surface during the right cycle or not. If you surface during the cycle of death,
I'm here, everyone. I'm just preparing some food and stuff, but I'm listening.
Cool, thank you, Chuck.
you spend 1,000 years in generation time underground, then you're going to become adapt to that. And if you come above ground, and let's say you're in a younger Dryas type period, according to written history, your survival rate is probably going to be near to 0. And then you have to deal with radiation frequencies from the luminaries and environment and readjust to another generational cycle of species living above ground as opposed to living underground. So it's conditional to your environment and what the beast that you ride upon can endure.
Okay, here's a question for you then. How long, I mean, we see like maybe the Yule tree, is it the Yule tree? Y-U-L-E? I'm not sure. I think it's the Yule tree. And I think there's one that's been recorded as 1,000 years old. Right.
I suppose if you're keeping track of generational traditions, maybe. I don't keep track of such things. That's generational traditions.
There'd be a 1,000. Would it be like a 1,000-year cycle?
You've roboted and disappeared on me.
Sorry?
You roboted and disappeared on me. You'd have to repeat that, Gene.
Okay. Sorry, bro.
That's all right.
I just say that like a 1,000-year-old Yule tree, you know, I mean, it must be 1,000 years. If it's got 1,000 rings, it's 1,000 years.
Seasons,
So
you mean?
how many? I mean, you look at the Devil's Towers, the tree, the Devil's Towers, right?
Okay.
And you look at the if you were to stand on top of it, are we getting 1,000-year cycle in the same with a silica tree? Are they 1,000 years, or are they 10,000?
I measure in a lot different than average people, Gene. I measure in seasons and cycles. You know, when you go through a full cycle, which is a season from the time of planting to the time of harvest to the time of rebirth, is one season to me.
Yes, yes.
I suppose that would be, to me, it's a moon cycle, but to you guys, I suppose that would be a year. And when you're dealing with size is not relative to the function of, you know, the cycles of.
Yes, I'm with you. Yep.
So, you know, I can only look at that as a seasonal thing. How many times has that tree went into survival mode for, you know, the winter death? which is actually the state of rebirth. So I suppose each ring would represent a season.
Yes, yes. Now, and I'm just going to say that the giant trees were in the same seasons and the same cycles too. And I even feel if you look down on a giant tree from a giant stump tree, for example, that those huge hexagonal basalt columns are in relativity to the same kind of cycle, maybe, just as a maybe, as we are having today with, say that of Uri. That's 1,000, and it's probably has 1,000 rings. So therefore, I'm just trying to evaluate how a tree comes into existence, plant, it's growing, and then it becomes a hardwood over time. We can plant a pine tree today. Of tree that become hardwood in less time, and others that take longer amounts of time to become hardwood. But I would say a cedar tree such as the Devil's Towers, it too would have taken 1,000 years to become a hardwood tree.
Who's seen the videos of the guy? I think he was showing petrified trees, but he was showing how people think it's rocks, and he was literally peeling it apart, petrified wood, you know. And yeah, it was a beautiful sight to actually see somebody go there and show that it's petrified wood.
Yeah,
because
the video you sent it through me to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever asked?
Oh, go ahead, Axis.
Have you ever asked what the function of the tree is?
Sorry?
Trees are like energy towers, you know.
Transmitters or receivers, and record environmental situations and conditions over the length of many seasons.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the giant redwood tree in North America somewhere, I'm not sure, might be in Alaska, might be in, is it North America? I think the giant redwood tree exists.
Right.
But I Greenpeace in my early days, and the young fella, I was quite a follower of Greenpeace, did a bit of work with them. But they were doing ice samples and tree samples. And I think they used the redwood tree. They did a core sample of the redwood tree. They did a core sample of Antarctic ice. And they say that, okay, it was 1,000 years of ice. Well, that's what they're saying, you know. They just drilled down into the ice and they say, well, you know, this section of ice here is the latest section of ice the last 100 years. This one's the 100 before it, and this one's the 100 before that. And trees. You have less carbon, the trees don't grow as much. There's not much food for them, even die. Yes. Now, the ice in the Antarctic samples, they say 1,000 years of ice. Every 100 years, they can see these layers of carbon, and they are mounted to even smoke, where particles of smoke were left in the ice. That's a carbon layer. And they could read them in different years over the period of like they've taken, say, 1,000 years of ice. They can see that there has been more carbon emissions and less carbon emissions in different year cycles. And they can also see and correlate that with the redwood tree in North America. They could see that some of those samples were even being read with the tree. The tree grew more when there was more carbon in the atmosphere, and there was a greater depth of carbon in the ice itself. So regions on our existence, and both of them giving readings of carbon. They're both given readings of carbon that are being laid in the atmosphere. And when there was a lot of volcanic activity, that could be read as well as carbon smoke from volcanic activity, not from fires. You can read fires, you can read volcanic activity, and you could read when there was a very minimal amount of carbon being produced. Now, that's a pretty interesting sort of a thing to go through. And I've always been real interested in trees because of it. Because I feel like if it wasn't for urbanization, maybe this place would go longer. I feel like we kill this place off.
Yeah, we're the parasites in a way.
Yep.
Like I'm stuck wondering. I've showed so many pictures of some parts of cities under mud. I showed where these pyramids in Mexico, all over the world. I've showed in the 1890s, 1870s, 80s, 90s, even early 1900, before 1905, maybe 1910 and before. A lot of this stuff was under so much dirt. And the only way I could think of that is the flood might have been real. Something flooded this entire place. And people think deserts is where water used to be. It's a possibility, but I think most of the desert sand is from the giant titan trees, because sand is, I think, 80% silicon. Yeah. And silicon
Carry on.
holds like they say the DNA holds terabytes and terabytes of memory. I forgot how much, an insane amount, one little thing of DNA. But they said the sequoia tree, silicon holds a lot of memory. That's why it's used in computers. So imagine what these trees were doing. If we know trees are towers and receivers, these huge titan trees, man, probably went up to the dang, we're catching the vibrations from the stars and all that. It kind of makes me think about Avatar. the trees could have been in that state like computers.
Absolutely.
If that, yeah, because we're using silicon for computer chips because of the memory it holds. So why wouldn't these Titan trees be like, trees now are computers? We're computers. Everything seems to hold memory. Us, the trees. Intelligent design didn't just happen by some big bang poopy. An intelligent something, whatever created this place was highly, highly supreme intelligent.
I fully agree.
Just look at our body. It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. If you take care of that temple, the only temple God dwells in is you. God don't dwell in these fake temples that were never built for God. They were built for energy. They hid that by saying these are temples for God. But in a way, the source is the energy, no? People are always fighting in this building. Never fails.
Never fails, bro.
I should record them fighting and arguing. Put it for entertainment. Yeah.
Something interesting for you to look into, Charles, is the various types of root systems and how it distributes information with its environment. From a tap root to spread root.
And the mycelia too, axis, the mushroom mycelia, right?
Right.
I think I'm just gonna switch it up a little bit with the root systems. When these Titan trees were cut down, I think that's what they were mining out, the coal from these the root systems turned into coal. And now they're caves or cave systems where the roots used to be. These Titan trees, the root systems must have been enormous. But I want to look into that, the different types of root systems. I didn't even know there was different types of root systems.
Yeah.
That's interesting now.
There is, I mean,
transmitters and receivers.
Tap roots that go down, I mean, fuck. A tree that's 80 feet high could go down 180 feet with its tap root.
That's what I'm gonna say. But we don't know how long those tap roots go on for.
The when you look at a tree, you uplift the plant, you got the top, but the network of the roots underneath is almost triple the size.
Where my question is, Axis, I'm intrigued by the ocean, just like the moon, because the oceans are salt water, which the sun and moon, to me, staying between Capricorn and Cancer, is mostly over the ocean, which is the big conductor of energy, the salt water. The moving of the ocean is creating so much energy over the ocean. Where the hell does salt water come from? Because it don't come from above, because when it rains or however this system of water works, it's no salt in it.
The salt does not evaporate with the water. It stays behind, right?
So did these Titan trees have salt water of some sort? And when they cut these trees down, that's what created a lot of the flood. Most likely these trees need water.
I don't think so, actually. Because you can get a mangrove tree, and they are as mangroves grow around most countries in the salt water. But they don't live on salt water, they live on fresh.
That was my theory, that could have been, and I don't think the flood came from raining and raining. It's something with the abyss. I think a lot of they could have hit something in the abyss, and all that water started coming in. So there's water above, there's water all around us. And for all we know, we could be at the bottom of a vast ocean or something. When they hit that certain area, it just started pouring water out. I don't know. It's my theory.
Well, I actually feel that we're missing a point really a little bit with liquefaction. I know guys has come shooting up out of the ground. That's from pressure, right? Who's to say that that a volcano it isn't the result of the pressures that are going on in the world today, and I don't know whether they're man-made or whether they're natural.
Volcanoes are something about them that I just don't believe what they're telling us about volcanoes. There's something about them that they're not telling us what they truly are.
Well, one interesting aspect of a volcano, and if you take into observation thermodynamics, squeeze a zit, it'll pop.
Yep, squeezes it.
Could they be vent systems of some sort? Because someone made a point when these giants were mining out this place. You ever see those machines where they're like conveyor belts, and it forms a triangle of rocks or dirt or whatever? It's like this conveyor belt, and it just dumps it, and it forms a triangle pile of dirt. That's what kind of some of these mountains look like. I mean, the massive amounts. In that movie I watched, it was called Gold, and it took place overseas. They were driving for miles of this vast area. I think it was Russia, where they mined this place for miles and miles of just mining, where it's just vast, desolate desert of just mined out everything. It looked terrible. There's no trees, nothing. Just, and I'm like, what do they need to mine all that for? What? I'm talking miles. You could see it on Google Earth. It's like a whole country.
Some of the biggest megalith rock work that you can see is in Russia, right?
Magma. They say magma. What is magma? Like, I don't think these Oxagon, they say Devil's Tower was formed by lava. Come on. People just look lava up and see how it dries. It looks nothing. You don't form octagon shapes. Or hexagon shapes. I said oxagon. It's not even a word, I don't think. But
but yes, a hexagonal bloody column made of basalt, they tell us, is a volcanic bloody a result of some volcanic bloody eruption, which is a load of rubbish to me.
Look at a tree. Take a piece of tree and look at it under a microscope. And you get those same hexagonal shapes.
The basis of our existence here and what we perceive is all mathematically proportioned. Some coherent, some decoherent. And you've got to remember, if you apply fractal thought equation, then you will always come out with a coherent or a decoherent type of geometry.
So I just read in the back chat here, and Dom says the inner eye versus the inner ear, question mark. What did you mean by that, Dom?
You were talking earlier, Dean, about seeing, what were you talking about now? Frequencies. And then when you're elaborating, what came to me was, is there such thing as, I was going to ask access, but you can answer, where are we seeing it with our inner, like what we call third eye, or that term that when people say their inner ear, I get the external ear that entertains the waking state. So that's my question, actually, guys. Are we seeing frequency or hearing frequency?
Water will reveal frequency. You could feel the frequency. The only time you could see it is when you manipulate the atmosphere, right? With like a gas or the water. You put sand.
I have seen frequency weaponized to the point where if you hit a living organism with a pulse, it will explode the eye.
Just like a high tone when the lady goes, oh, it breaks the glass. That same effect.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it will pop your eardrums. It will burst your eyes. That's how weaponized frequency can become. So yes, you can definitely, within subtones and exaggerated tones, manipulate the body, but on a particular frequency, you can interpret that with your senses without damaging the beast that you ride on, and get some coherency, something that you can interpret.
Without damaging the beast you ride on. I like how you said that.
There was a guy on a talk show, Axis, and this was a while back. It might have been the 70s. I don't remember his name, but he said the French were selling the how could I put it? They were selling, I don't want to say schematics, but they were selling the blueprint or whatever to build. I think it had to do with like tone. And he said, like you were saying, the same thing, that it's one frequency or tone that could destroy a whole city, and it cost $3 to buy it back then or something like that.
They've been using a type of destructive frequency as a weapon way prior to our technological developments, but more recently, to bring it into perspective, is the telephone. When they learned how to kill with the telephone is whenever they started to understand in this generation of aware species that they could use it on a mass scale. And generationally throughout history, it's been obvious that this has been used as a weapon.
Look at a dog whistle.
Yep.
Yes, I'm just going to say that. Got me on that.
We were thinking at the same time, Maureen.
We were
on the same frequency there.
Yep, you can buy the silent dog whistle now. We can't hear it, but the bloody animals can, mate. And that's a frequency too high for us to hear.
I remember in school taking them tests where they would press buttons and it'd be like a beep, beep. And then some were so low you could barely hear it. And they say, oh, that's to see your hearing. They don't do it no more in school, because I've asked my friends' children, and they say, no, we didn't have those tests. So what science experiments were they using that for? What were they really seeing? Like what tones we could pick up?
That's what I do.
Yeah, so those experiments were something we don't really hear. We don't see much of these days, is it?
If you want to endeavor in that, Charles, I started out with a microphone and small programs back in Windows 95. There was some pretty good programs that would monitor frequencies. Anymore, they kind of keep some of that higher end stuff protected and non-marketable. But if you can get a hold of it, you can monitor your environmental frequencies to various ranges, or at least I am with technology. So,
Are you good in
to be able
computers?
computers are good at me.
No, because I have a question. That's why I asked. Hold on, I'm going to plug this in and show you. Maybe you have an answer for why this is doing this. Hold on. Got this Pavilion 23.
Yep. Can't hear you, Chuck. Are you there, Chuck?
Yeah, my headphones came out. I have a Pavilion 23. All right. See, this is what it's saying. Do I need to reboot it with if I reboot it with a Microsoft disk, I think this will fix this problem.
Oh, I got to be able to read that. Oh, you're in the yeah, systems recovery.
So it just needs a whole new Microsoft disk to reboot it, right?
Well, that means your base core operation files for that to operate have either been disrupted, corrupted, or deleted, or they've given you an update that isn't compatible with your computer, and the information is causing it to go into recovery.
Okay.
Or at least that's what I've encountered with that situation there, because I work with some of the older technology and newer technology. And when you go into recovery, you got to be careful because you can actually reformat your hard drive in certain options. And if you don't have the proper disk with the proper serial numbers, then your recovery is not going to be successful unless it comes from a directory on the hard drive, which you'll have to get to through your CMOS or your DOS. You'll have to get a DOS prompt. Yeah, your function buttons will definitely careful when you play with those.
I like this computer because it's just this big. And everything's built into it, you know? I don't want to throw it out.
Well, that's the problem with proprietary technology is, you know, if it was an external hard drive, I would clone it and then just pop a new drive in there. But when you're dealing with proprietary, they have an absolute control of the serial numbers of that operating system you're using, which means that if you don't have those numbers, you don't get that operating system back.
Thanks for that information.
I can miss most of that anyway. My bloody.
Because. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to fix that.
Just be careful that you don't lose your operating system. Make sure it can be repaired. I might walk you through that behind the scenes, Charles, but okay. I'm not going to do any. Yeah, we'll get together and maybe do that. But right
first,
now,
I gotta find the disc. I gotta
well,
get a Windows reboot.
Yeah, well, at least purchase a license for the numbers. You can do that through your telephone, unless you want to buy the physical disc, which is what I do.
That's what I probably do, is buy it. I don't know who to contact. The computer was given to me by a friend, this older guy. He's like, I'm 76 years old. What am I gonna, you know? I was like, don't throw it out. Throw it out. So I'll take it.
Right. They when they discontinue an operating system, they generally don't reproduce any more of the disks for that operating system. and they discontinue support for it. So if you don't have the physical disc and the numbers, then you know you're kind of shut out on block as far as getting anything outside of a physical. You know, the physical copy you'd have to get like on eBay or something like that used, because they just don't reproduce them.
I never even seen a Pavilion computer. When I seen that, I said, man, it's kind of cool that you don't need a, because I have one of these entire, I have this right here, an entire, whatever you call that, I forgot what you call it, the hard, not the hard drive, but the, you know, the bottom part of your computer where the hard drive's in. It's a Dell, and the computer screen wouldn't work. Everything in the computer worked still, so I haven't thrown it out, but the screen stopped working. I don't know what was, it said the connection was faulty or something. I tried everything. I ended up throwing it out, the screen.
Yeah, it's your video accelerator. Your video accelerator went bad on you. Chipset, card.
I opened it up. I'm the type of person that will mess with stuff and try to do it myself, because I want to learn and be knowledgeable of it. So if it happens in the future, I could fix it, or you know, I want to figure out things operate. So
Right. Well, hit me up sometimes, Charles, and maybe we can work on that behind the scenes. But I been intrusive enough. Thank you for having me, Dom. Great to see you. Dean, always. Charles, thanks for having me. Everyone in the chat, all love. Axis out.
Ciao,
peace,
Axis.
Axis.
See you later, Axis.
Thanks for coming up, Axis.
Bloody. Oh, there we go. Say, take care, Axis.
That's awesome, man. Finally, someone that's knowledgeable. My friend Big Tom knew a lot about computers. He passed away years ago. So that was my like outlet. If I had issues, I would call him. I'd go to him. So when he died, that whole option died. You know, then I'd have to go and pay large amounts of money to find someone. It's different when you got a friend. You know, they ain't gonna tax you to death. A friend will look out. If you got to go to a business or call someone, that they're gonna overcharge you. That's how I see it for the most part. Something that's so simple to fix, they'll charge you quadruple the amount, because no one. It's like a person. You know, how could I make a good example? It's like a person that don't know how to change a fuse in their car. Someone charges them $80 to do it, just because they have no knowledge of how simple it is to fix the problem. It's just a change of a fuse. It took 10 seconds and they made $80 because the person had no knowledge of anything. People take advantage of people in many ways. Shit, even mechanics, that is becoming scary. It's almost obsolete. A lot of stuff's computer now. You got to plug in a computer to the car. That sucks. I want a nice 1980s car where there's no computer stuff in it but the radio. You don't want someone hacking into your car. Like, I don't. When it comes to like Tesla cars and this electric car bullshit and computers in cars and digital money, people just are blind to that whole. To me, it's a setup, man. It's just an easier way to screw you over. I trust.
I'm right with you there. I'm thinking of selling my bloody modern bloody car because it's got a computer in it and going back to a 1980s bloody vehicle. I'm actually thinking about it. Even though they're not as comfortable, you don't get the heater type stuff. You don't get all the bloody modern bloody doodackies. But
Yeah, I
you
have a
can't get,
friend.
you know, when you got a bloody computer chip in your car and it goes down. I mean, I had a bloody Toyota Surf in Australia, and somebody had taken the alarm out of it, and they hadn't done it properly. And they'd just cut the wires. They hadn't actually removed the wires properly. And when they did that, it fried that part of the brain in the computer. But that little fry up overlapped onto what runs the fuel, but it didn't damage it too much, just enough. And I'm driving along one day, and the rest of it just fries itself, and the fuel stops.
Huh.
And I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my car. I had it bloody. I was trying to figure it all out. Ended up getting a diagnostic, and it was the bloody fuel pump had fried itself, only because they hadn't cut only because they hadn't dismantled the alarm system properly and only cut the wires. That alarm system had fried itself, and that frying had gone and leached over onto the fuel.
That's a small part of the problem with these newer cars. They got a machine you plug in, and to reset and do this and that. And my friend is a mechanic, and he's telling me a lot of these new cars, you got to plug this computer in. And I'm thinking, how are you doing all these side jobs? Because the only place that has these computers is mechanic shops. And I'm like, how the hell did you get one? Use your imagination. He got one. So, I mean, this guy's good at what he does. But he said the newer cars like Caddies, and it's just so much of a pain. Like, imagine doing the transmission on the newer Cadillacs, how everything is different tools. Like, there's a certain tool you'll need to open up the engine cover. Like, they make it difficult because they don't want people making money on the side. They want you to bring the car back and pay this outrageous amount to get it done.
Everything's designed that way nowadays. Exactly, Chuck. Yes. I got a ride-on mower. I've done 17 point something hours, but they want me to take the bloody thing in to get a service. All the services is greasing up the nipples.
Look at my phone. Same difference with a phone. I wanted to get a crack in the screen fixed. He told me it's going to cost more than I paid for the phone. It would cost almost $280 to get a screen. I'm like, what? This guy's tripping. Even though I love my phone. Yeah, this world's fucked, man. Everything's designed to fall apart and you pay more. Keep coming back. Like the sneakers, everything. It's just... I think about my grandfather's days, Dean. Like, how good were things made back then? Because he complained about cars in the late 80s and 90s. He'd be like, these cars are junk. I used to drive a car like a German tank. I'm thinking, wow. He's like, if you even bumped this car with a 1960 whatever, the thing would fold, right? And it's true. You see a 1965 Chevy's bumper?
I mean, you can press a bloody car with your thumb these days and put a dent in.
Yeah.
Bloody, the old cars, crikey. You could punch it with your fist and you would have broken your own knuckles.
There's this lady on YouTube. She got a horse. And the way the horse lays down, I think it lays on its back or on its side. It was laying on its back with its legs up in the air, this horse. I've never seen a horse do this. And every time she comes out in the morning, the horse does that. And she goes, I forgot the horse's name. She goes, fucking hell. Right? She got the accent like you. And I forgot the horse's name. It don't matter. But she says, fucking hell, mate. And she goes, I thought you were dead. And the horse gets up. It's crazy.
Jesse used to lie like
The way she says it, fucking hell, mate. Some accents are cool, man. I like some accents, the way things are said.
Fully, I get
What's
you,
up, Christos? This is a good build. I don't know. Now I look at things like I think I cry too much, like complain. I'm working on just informing people and not sounding like I'm complaining about everything.
Yeah.
I try to just inform people now. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining all the time.
It's hard. It's hard not to feel like that though when you.
I know.
Yeah. Some days I listen to myself and afterwards and listen to the lives and I think to myself, crikey, Dean, you sound like a bloody whining old bitch.
and then you get people like this, Dean. They'll talk against the system, and then another live they'll be like, "There's nothing we can do," right? So it's like it's gonna happen regardless, right? They talk about the digital system's gonna happen. There's nothing we can do, but then they'll sit there and preach and be like, you know, we need to do this, and we can do this. Wait a minute, you just said there's nothing we can do. I'd be confused with some of these people.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. Yeah, okay.
Well, I definitely feel there's a correlation between urbanization in the Giants' time as to urbanization in our time. And I think both of them correlate and show that that deforestation has been a major issue in every culture that's ever lived here.
I'll probably go another half hour. Then I'm gonna jump off because I got food cooking. Hold on, let me go check the food.
Yeah, I mean, I read an article where even in Roman times they talked about the battle with deforestation. Even the Incas have got writings where they say that if they had if they'd watched the amount of deforestation and around them, they wouldn't have dried themselves up. Because this is what happens. I really feel that we don't really know much about, but we struggle with water. And in this country at the moment, we have got water restrictions because the landscape is absolutely barren, brown, dry. And it's only in places like little pockets where they get a higher rainfall do we see green grass. The rest of the place is brown. Now, to me, the only reason that you get precipitation falling in these little green belts is because there are trees there. The bush is still native there. And that's the only reason the rain is falling there, because there's still trees there to fall on. Those trees even have a frequency generation between the water. I'm pretty sure that the collective frequency of trees all together can actually pull down rain. But when you've got none, the place becomes a bloody barren desert, dry as.
Yeah, well, people say they can't control the weather. Oh, if they can control the weather, so someone told me, if they can control the weather, Chuck, why is there droughts? Or why is it overrained here? And I'm like, man, they're not controlling the weather to help us. Come on now. Since when does the government help us? They give all our tax money to other countries and let the poor people here suffer and always want to help. I want to catch these people pocketing our tax money, man. That would be a sweet deal. But these aren't dumb criminals. They're sophisticated criminals. They've designed a system to allow the criminal actions to occur and punish us for the same criminal actions.
Exactly. Yep. We're made to be wrong, and yet they can do it, and they get a return. They actually get paid when they do it, and we get bloody stolen from when we do it. We're blamed for it and then stolen.
And if I do it, if I say, hey man, let's take it back, I'm a terrorist, I'm the bad guy, I'm being negative, and I get it, but or does two wrongs make a right? You know, all these sayings people use, you know, violence isn't going to do anything. Who said violence? You know, I always wonder what they would do if people just didn't go to work one day, 2 days, 3 days. If people just said, screw you and your digital money and walked away. Oh, we can't because we don't even have water and food that we grow on. We don't have food we grow on our own. We got to depend on them. That's where they got us. If you really think about it.
Yeah, that's where they've got us.
They got us by the peanuts.
Yep, and you know, Maureen just said, oh, you know, we're probably a little bit better off, and we probably are because we do grow a little bit ourselves, but we don't grow enough that we could survive on it without them.
Try it next year. Oh, let me ask you a question, Dean. I was thinking about this the other day. When our clocks go an hour forward, does yours go an hour back because you're southern? Your seasons are opposite. So did you just go an hour behind?
Yep. We go, ours go forward during the summer and back during the winter. Yep.
And it's opposite of us. So ours just went an hour forward and yours went an hour back.
Yeah, it must. Oh, fucking hell! Look at that. What's the clock say?
Our clock just went an hour ahead the other day. And the crazy part about that is I was thinking that day, I was like, huh, the clocks are going to go forward soon. I looked down at my watch.
Ours still hasn't gone back yet.
No, ours will be Sunday.
Ours will go back on a Sunday night when everybody has to get up on Monday morning an hour earlier. Right?
Huh. Yeah, Easter is on the end of March, the 1st of April. Easter, which is odd. I was born on Easter Sunday. I used to think I was Jesus. I'm special. I was born on Easter Sunday. That's a joke.
Easter Day was on Easter Sunday too once.
On your Chuck, I think everybody might have had a little bit of that.
I like saying that to these deep religious people. I'd be like, I am God. And they'd be like, they have like a heart attack.
I am my own God.
Brilliant, Chuck.
Yeah, I think both my kids have had a Easter on their birthdays.
Because people look at God as a Marvel comic superhero. He's like, Jesus brought people back to life. And I tell people, have you been to the hospital? People are brought back to life all the time. Like, hello? We're no different than, you know, I know we can't create, I don't know if we can. I mean, they're splicing genetics all the time and taking tree genetics and creating new types of trees and animals. So we can do everything God can do in that book. How are we not gods?
Well, it looks like the battery is dropping madly here, guys.
Yeah.
It's just about down to the red. If I unplug it, love, it's
Oh, if
already
you
down to the
disappear, I
red.
don't know why.
Yeah, mate, it happened the other day too.
You know, when we were talking the other day, the phone got that bloody hot, Chuck.
Yeah, mine gets hot too.
And it fell out of bloody service, and when it died, I thought, shit, the bloody phone, I can barely
How
hold
old
it.
is this phone?
I ran down the bloody hallway and went to the bloody our freezer. I chucked it in the freezer.
Yeah. You know what that means when your battery heats up quick? It means the battery is on its way out. Yep. Sad to say. And I also think these people update your phone without your consent. They always will send something, at least for my phone, and they're always updating, and it'll happen automatically. They'll say, on this date, your phone's going to restart and update. And I'm like, but you're just going to do it? There's no, I can't stop it. You can't. So who's to say they don't update something into your phone and make your phone break down so you come buy another one?
Absolutely, Chuck. I mean, it's a throwaway world, right? That's what they want. They want a throwaway world, so you have to throw it away and buy a new one.
Yeah, this world's pretty lame and boring. I just want to find my inner peace, and I might take a trip to Tennessee and get away. I need to find a place to like a reset or a new chapter in my life, new beginning.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call it, but
I think that's going to happen, Chuck, for you. I feel like it's going to happen for you. Yep, if I had enough money, I'd send you the bloody ticket.
have you heard from Lonnie?
I haven't, but he did tell me that that Phil was going into court.
Ah, you're gonna smoke his boots.
Guys, can we revisit the whole idea of, you said controlling, but manipulating of weather?
What was that again about?
You guys were talking earlier about controlling the weather opposed to, maybe the possibility that they're manipulating weather, like how tribes used to understand to do certain kinds of dance or whatever on the ground to manipulate the weather. So you live in an area, Charles, where do you know how the water system works there? And who runs it?
I live right near the res too.
Okay, so you do. So do you understand how the water system works there? Because these are the same people that were thinking that they're being mischievous.
I'm trying to think. I've seen how I live not too far. The next town over, they have two towns over. I think it's Middletown. Anyway, it has that thing where it cleans the poop out. And then I live about if I was in the car, it would take me 10, 15 minutes to drive with no lights to this reservoir. It's not that far, but it's up on a hill. And I think they have a filtration thing in there. It's a little building.
Okay.
But I've seen them put stuff in that water. Like,
okay. Put aside the fact that what they're putting into it. That's still manipulation, whether it was done in the Roman time with the aqueducts, or we create, not maybe us guys, but they create dams. That again is manipulation of weather. Unfortunately, when you're looking at it from one person's view, it's very narrow. You have to look at it from a different picture. How does it serve everybody else? Now, unless everybody's contributing it, most people are just taking it for granted. Like, who created all the streets? Who created all the lights? This is all another form of manipulation.
The world.
Yes. Now, people might be
Build
very
on the
biblical.
infrastructure that you dig up out of the ground.
Mhm. Well, you're onto it, Dean, when you talk about trees. There used to be ancient trees, majestic trees that used to support a lot of the plant kingdom. Those have been cut down. So now, again, when we think that whoever they are, it could probably be just us. We get paid
Of
to
course it
work for
is.
them.
Of course it's just us.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
I'm
us
entertaining
being
ideas here.
manipulated by a certain element, yeah?
Hmm. It could be us, and I'm going to lean more towards us. It could even be other entities, but we still have to take accountability on our part. We use it, so when we go to the toilet or we turn on the tap, we're using it. Now, we can bitch and complain about the fluoride if we want to, but again, it'll be like being in prison and then complaining about your cell. What crime have you committed to get in there? That's a question to ask. We might have committed a crime being here. Don't know. But again, is there certain groups of people, we'll call them NASA, that a bunch of the Germans are manipulating the weather? Yeah, they probably are. I like to think clouds already are manipulated. The story of Job talks about Satan can manipulate the weather. Again, it's one of those things. Are we an island by ourselves, or are we going to consider about the rest of humanity? It sounds like most of us aren't really giving a shit about the rest of humanity. We're only concerned about ourselves, and then we complain about others. Again, I'm just posing that out there because, if we're going to complain, you have to take the sweet with the sour.
Fully. Yes, I would agree with her, with a lot of that, and that we are, even if we don't like the idea that we might be, we are the ones that are doing these things. We're the ones that turn the tap on. We're the ones that
turn on the Wi-Fi. It's my deal.
That turn the light switches on. That turn on the power system that helps you cook. Prepare your food. All the different things that we use that we say that the world has provided. Well, the world has provided, but we're still using them, right? We're still using them. And as long as you're using them, I feel you're part of the bloody problem. Right?
This goes back to, Dean, where the concept of evolution, the word love is in it. Do we go forward into the unknown, or do people want to go back to the familiarity, such as how many people really want to go back to tending the farm? Like how many? Having 1 million people out of 1 billion people is not enough, even though it might benefit the few.
Well, how many people want to look after themselves?
There you go, Dean. And you're talking to a hypocrite here, because I know myself. I like my comforts. I go to somebody's gas station and grocery store. But how many people are going to be honest with the self? Not too many. Most people will gladly point fingers. Back to the story in the biblical, bitching and complaining. But I never heard the serpent complaining. But I heard Adam and Eve bitching and complaining. How many people complain about the governments, which are humans? How many people complain about, let's say, religion? It's still humans. It's a tough thing to swallow for a lot of people. Because a lot of people, what they want to do, they've been conditioned to think it's somebody else's responsibility. It's somebody else's responsibility to teach my kids. Hey, no, I don't want them to teach my kids. I want to bring that same old fucking shitty system, and I called it homeschooling, into my own house. How the fuck does that work?
Yeah.
Especially when you have to send those kids eventually when they're in grade 12 or 13 and they have to go back to a system like a university or college. How the fuck does that work? That's just a bunch of hippies. And most hippies end up getting a job as a lawyer or a doctor. So they're full of shit. And I wish people were at least a little bit more honest with themselves, because then and only then we'll understand each other's foundation. Then we can build on it. But most people aren't revealing. How many people would not go to the mall? How many people, and you said that earlier, Charles, they did shut the economy down for 2 years. They did it. They had no problem with it. And they revealed everything that they own: the Vatican, Mecca, all the sports academies, all the airlines. They own it all. But what they don't own is the land. They just rule it.
They rule it, exactly. But
Yeah.
I mean, everybody thinks they own it, though.
No.
Everybody think, oh, you've got to go to the government to get land, or you've got to go to, you know. And I feel like the government's actually making more land. They say, oh, the saying goes that they're not making land anymore, so you better buy it while it's still there. But, you can change a river course, and you can make new lands.
Mm-hmm.
And they're changing river courses every bloody day. There's a guy down south, he's got a property, and he's got a lot of cars on it. He's a bit of a wrecker. He decided, bugger it, he's gonna have a bit of a wrecker outfit, and he's gonna have all these cars that he could strip down and sell parts for. But the government, the council in that area have decided to make some trouble for him. So they're going to redirect. They have already done it. They've redirected a waterway, which has gone fairly close to his property. Last time it flooded, it went right through there. Now they're trying to get him for all the damages the shit on his property has caused to the water.
Sorry,
Right?
Naga.
So it actually, the government have used the redirection of water to actually shift him off his land. Basically, that's what they've done. They've just used the water to get rid of him off that land so they can take it over and do what they want with it.
True, Dean. Unfortunately, the governments are just middle management. I'm pretty sure you know that. So those lands have been fought for a long time ago. So you live in another Commonwealth country, New Zealand, it's still being ruled by the monarchy. That's why they have titles, whether it's a baron or a duke. And some people can have allodial titles. And for most people in certain parts of the world, they might pay, what do you call it? Club membership fees. So when a person thinks they own land, I said, no, you have a chance to steward the land. Now, whether or not somebody else rules it and you pay them property tax / tribute, that's another story. But again, our job is to work with the land. It's already been provided to us, but a lot of us are forgotten. Go ahead.
How does that work? Like when you buy land, do you pay taxes on it right away, or as soon as you start building on the land, they tax you?
You never buy land. You get deeds to land.
Lease the land now.
Deeds.
When did that stop? I remember you used to be able to buy land in the 80s and 90s.
You can purchase it, but you still are getting a deed. This is why when you have governments, they have governors and say, listen, I'll give you a 100-year lease and you can re-rent it to somebody that wants to build a house on it or a subdivision or a golf course. You never own land. When you look at all the high rises in all these major cities, the ones that are on, well, even if they are, but the ones that actually own what's on the land are usually club members, hence the term Freemason, where the people, the ones that actually rule the land, that's a different person. They would make the Dow Jones look really small. Like really small.
I only said that, Dom, because I watched a video on New York City and people were wondering why the high rises are empty. Because China bought a lot of those high rises, and I forgot how they were going to use them for something, but yeah, believe it or not, China owns a lot of stuff in our country, a lot of buildings and land.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with when they were trying to implement the one child per family in China because they knew what was going to happen. And also given the world economics, China was given a whole bunch of gold, but then they found out that gold wasn't real. So in exchange, the empire decided to say, listen, we'll just give you a bunch of things that's on the land. That's why a lot of foreign nations rule a lot of the stuff that's on the land. So like New York City, got to remember that land has already been fought for a long time ago, before any of us were born, So once you realize that, then you realize the game that they play is when people say, I own land, they're laughing. They understand they rule land. They understand demigods. So you never own land. You can steward it like your own vessel. You can take care of it, and then you have to understand how the signs work, how to graze your animals, how to regenerate your land. There's a lot of work involved in all that, but most people fantasize about it. Well, if I have some land, I can grow a couple of that. You probably did, Dean. Well done.
Yeah, I understood that. idea when I was really young, Dom. So I never really wanted to own land myself, ever. I've always looked at leasing land. And even when I was growing crops and stuff in my earlier years, I always just leased the land because that's all you ever do anyway, right?
I just want to add, like, there's a saying: if you control the weather, you control the world. That, to me, that's bullshit. The one form of way to control the world is through the mind. They put the cuffs on the mind, or they control the food and water. That's all you need to control, and you got it. You got everyone by their gonads. What's up, Nagia?
Salute to the panel. Salute to you in the chat.
Hey, Naga.
But I think you guys, right to a certain extent, because, in Ohio and certain other states, there are a lot of abandoned property, and you could just go and start, taking care of these properties, and pay, put water and electricity in this water and start paying. I mean, in these properties and start paying for, for them. And after a certain time, this the property is yours. Whether it's the land or whether it's the building, on the property, it is yours for you to live on. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to purchase it. You just have to take care of it, and make it, sustainable.
So Naga, here's an example. If all of a sudden you dig deep enough under that land and you hit oil, you'll find exactly who rules that land. They'll take you off there in no time. You find any precious material or elements under there, you'll find exactly who the rulers of that land is. Now, if you want to work it, no problem. In the days you used to plant gold in land, so make people work it and then say, but you got to give it back to us. Again, it's one of those things. You can have land, but in America, all of that is still ruled by the monarchy. All of it. Not a single fucking piece of land is not being ruled by the monarchy. And even if you think you own it, like when they play with the Minites or whatever they're called, those other, they're choosing to protect that land for somebody else so they don't have to pay tribute. Again, you can go into a forest and start living in there if you want, but if you find something there and they find out about it, they're going to do like the Beverly Hillbillies or whatever. Jed got offered a good piece of money for it. Why? He got offered for what was on the land. The land does not belong to the human race. Same what's above it. You get to work it. Got to learn a craft.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, but based on the term and the concept, I don't think that, nobody's supposed to rule the land or rule anything, because, nothing is really, is really right, how we think that, is supposed to, or straight, because when we're talking about ruled or a ruler, right? We're talking mathematics, and this is why I kind of wanted to tie into what you guys was talking about earlier. When it comes to these huge trees or to certain things that exist in the ancient world, or even God, how we think we are God, but all these things is because we quantify these things, you know uh mathematics, is the tool, what I'm saying, to quantify, certain things, then you get into quantum physics, you get into all these things, but these things are quantified, what I'm saying? So, and which ruled by super mathematics. So once you can measure, certain things, what I'm saying, then you know how to manipulate it, how to maneuver it, how to add and take away from it. You know what I'm saying? But
You said supreme mathematics. Is that related to the supreme alphabet in the 120 lessons?
oh, for sure. Because each alphabet go back to a number.
All
Right.
languages are manipulation.
Right. So when we think about God, we think about a supreme being, it's because mathematics is supreme. You know what I'm saying? So
There's energy
You
to
ever
each
read
number.
the 120 lessons? Sorry, Don, go ahead.
I was just going to say there's energies to numbers. Same with colors. All languages are just another form of manipulation. It's alchemy of language, let alone the alchemy of the elements. Now, if we want to think that the gods are actually numbers, again, we already have predisposed there's signs in the skies. You know, whether it's Venus, Newton, or whatever, Plato, those are all signs. Same with the earth. There's the heavenly father, and then there's the earthly mother. Again, you're talking about Naga, about language. Language is dumbed down. You can be in silence and have a better language to communicate with consciousness than the spoken, whether it's the numbers or colors. I'm not here to take away the fact that numbers do assist, but numbers each have energy to them. Same with letters, symbology, the word of God, you know, the truth, whatever word we want to use. They talk about in Job's, if we're going to play the story of a written word, that Satan was able to control the weather.
Well, we said letters have we said numbers have energy, but you know they say the words have power. You know, is power in the words.
Yes,
You know,
power is knowledge. It's not discernment, but it is power. Knowledge is power. Doesn't mean you understand it.
right? But power is a form of energy also.
Yes, it is. I won't denounce that, Mac. I'm with you. I'm just saying that everything has its limitations, like a belief system. Knowledge is maybe me and you will hear a language and somebody calls it French. Doesn't mean we understand it, but now we know it. So there is power in that because there's frequency and sound within it.
Right. So this is why I was saying everything we able to make these parallels and connection because we live in a quantified world, where everything is being quantified, but everything that we know of, but not everything that is quantified, the things that we don't know that's unknown to us, right? They are not quantified, you know, they are unknown. So there are a lack, right?
Yes.
We have a lack or empty, right? When it comes to our reality, we have a void that need to be filled, because of how we look at things in a quantified way.
True. No, that's where we have the difference between our needs and our wants. Wants is our lacks. So for some of us, we might have the ability to be able to communicate with animals, like verbally, opposed to just picking up patterns from them. So that could be a lack, and some people might have that ability. Some people could play instruments, see colors, but for other people, that's a lack. But is
Or
it
even sometimes you have a concept, you have a thought, you have a feeling that you don't have the word to express it.
Bingo. Yep. With you. I've been there many times myself, Naga. Yep. And then somebody comes along and says it and says, that's it. That's exactly. I just didn't know how to articulate it.
Right. So yeah, so I don't think quantify is everything. You know what I'm saying? I just think is probably a fraction. You know, of it, probably a fraction of the refraction. You know, so this is what give us perception. Because we're looking at everything. In a oh, go ahead.
You're breaking up somebody. I don't know if that's Charles or Dean.
Yeah, that was Dean. I think that wanted to say
Yeah, I'm
something. But
muted up.
Sorry, Dean, you're breaking up, buddy. But if we work together, Naga, as a species, we might be able to put all those together, but a lot of times we don't, so math with science, science with biology, biology with, any other kind of, we'll say numbers and colors,
well, all these things already interconnected, right? All the things that we just mentioned, they are already interconnected because they all of it is quantified, right? So I guess science is what come and bring everything full circle, right? But again, it's still we still have things, even when it comes to science that can't be explained, right? That still leave a void. This is where science still have room for improvement, right?
there's certain
But
things that, go ahead.
go ahead.
I was going to say there's certain things that have been passed down from different generations and from our ancestors, maybe in small amounts. This is where I'm going to play with the idea that the mind is advantageous, where the mind, not the brain, takes in all that information. So if me and you want to learn Sanskrit, it's already there. Same with body language or consciousness or Sanskrit. All that is there connected to the mind, hence why I use the idea of soul data. It stays here. Some people would understand all of that, but we've forgotten it or adapted into the modern. So, for example, some old cult customs used to have certain types of languages. So either people question it, keep that tradition alive, or they ignore it and then it dies. So if we know there's people out there that still understand where the sun and the moon needs to be to grow our crops on different ages and different seasons. But for the masses, we don't. And I think that's where the energy gets harmed, where we need that energy of the community to keep the few that are wise alive. And this is why they look for certain people and then they bring them into, NASA and all that, because they understand astrology, they understand energy and they work with that. But for the rest of us, we're kind of like expendable because we're not really contributing outside of just our presence that, what we do on the ground does affect what's up there. And this is where the education comes, where you find out one of your children have a gift to understand numbers or understand astrology, understand energy, and then you have to harness that, opposed to just dumbing them down, bring them to a schooling system and become a better factory worker or a doctor or a lawyer. How does that serve when we have way too many doctors and lawyers? It doesn't. But again, that's maybe where we're at. And maybe they've allowed it to happen because they're moving on. The human experience has shown that most people do not want to participate in supplementing their needs. They want to go buy it, and then they have to create a fiat currency because slavery and mastery does not work.
Well, I guess me and all saying this and to say all of that, I think what I'm trying to say is that there are certain things that can't be understand. There are certain things that they just what they are. They doesn't have a high or a low or a right or wrong. They're not quantified. For example, energy is not. You know, you can't tell. If energy is right or wrong. You know, uh, vibrations. Is not quantified. Right? You can't say, oh, this vibration is right or wrong. Right? We try to quantify and say, oh, high vibration and low vibration, you know what I'm saying? But that's just on how we feel physically, right? Which is everything physical is being quantified, So when we translate, the unknown, not the unknown, well, basically the unknown into what we think we know, we tend to quantify him just like we do with God, right? Which is unknown, but we translate it into known, and we think that we know what God is to the point that where we attribute it to us. You know what I'm saying? But I think that there are things that just is. They just is what they are. And in fact, I think everything, right? Not everything, but most of the universe is just what it is. It's just probably a fraction, right? That's able to that's quantified, and I think that we base the whole entire reality based on that fraction.
I get the quantified part. Yeah, we got to pull it down into the physical, to the waking state with the senses. But is that maybe dumbing it down? It's like being an advanced being, and now they have to dumb it down so the rest can at least comprehend it a little bit, which is fine. But is it really helping us? If we all had to wait for all of us to understand how wireless would work, or truly how it works, and let alone how it's created, we'd still be waiting. So then we have to have breakaway nations that understand how certain things work, because the rest of us, maybe not, maybe me, you, Naga, or a few people here, the rest of us are still caught up in the ignorant state, or indifferent in a lot of cases. People don't want to know
Yeah,
how. Go ahead.
yeah, I agree. I think that was that's the thing, that's the plan. Because I think that before, it's like looking at the yin and the yang, how the dark side, right, have a little light in it, right, and the side have a little dark in it, right. So I think we come, we move from the white side with the little dark in it to the dark side with a little white in it. This is why we look at the world. It seems so evil, and just a little bit of good in it, right? Because it's coming from the perspective that we're looking at it, which is from the refraction. We're looking at it from from a fraction of the refraction. You know what I'm saying? So because of that, so it gives us the perception, that is a lot of is more evil, than which is probably is. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a perception, but I don't think that's the entire, reality, or that's not how the entire universe operate. You know what I'm saying? I just think that they base it on just a fraction. You know what I'm saying?
I guess, Naga, I hear your words, and we have to remember we're using a different type of language. When you're talking about evil and you're trying to bring it down in the material and evil is the same thing.
Exactly. I agree.
We're,
This is why I try to align them together.
well, the evil world, the material world is the same thing, but then there's the spiritual world. Those things up in the sky is not material. Those luminaries are not material. When they do things like in 1945 and they put up bombs what up in the air, that's still there. It's a live entity that stays way beyond the mortal. So when people talk about good and evil, they're talking about spiritual material. When we speak, we don't see the language. That's spiritual. What you describe it in is material. You don't see tree. You see an object, but we're giving language to it. So now when you want to quantify it into the senses, it's dumbed down. That's why it's an evil world. It's a material world, but the material is mortal. So when people understand that, they realize the written work was never written down on a piece of paper, let alone spoken. Those are afterthoughts. This is why the people that used to get into certain kinds of channeling, whether they did elusive altering substance or whatever, so they can download information.
I agree. I agree with the words and how it written.
Mhm.
But what I have a little uh slightly difference in is how is the thing that we see in in so-called the sky, like the luminaries. Because I think to know that everything that we able to see with our physical eye is physical, but only the thing that we can't see is spiritual. The things
Mhm.
that with the luminaries is just a reflection, right, of the physical. It's like you standing in front of a mirror, right? What you seeing in the mirror is just a reflection of you, right? So and it's the same thing I'm looking at as the luminaries. They are a reflection of what's going on, what's going on below us, below them, right? So it is, a reflection of the physical, you know. So in that case, it is physical, because without the physical, it is, you don't have that. So it's technically an illusion. But when it comes to the spirituality, you know, it without the physical, it still is.
Again, we're looking at the sun, SON, not SUN at that point. It's a 7-day cycle. A lot of the African tribes would understand the father was a 10-day cycle. That's why it's called the sun. It's because there's a father thing above it. And it's different. That's why we have 10 numbers, for example. The zero is a holding plate, where people just play with the 7 numbers. Again, this is stuff that a lot of us have forgotten, whether we've lost a spiritual war. We're down here in these realms trying to maneuver in these lesser forms. It's still high tech, no different when we look at a computer. It's high tech because we're limited in perceiving that information. If we start realizing that all this information that we have on the senses is very limiting, then we'd probably say, why would I want to be here then? To help each other, to assist each other, to realize maybe we need to rehab each other as a possibility. Like I said, everything I share could be a possibility. When people are looking for facts, I said, based on what? Did somebody else experience it before they wrote it? Did they observe it? For most people, what they do with facts is called parroting. A written information from somebody else. This is the telephone game that we play with each other. So you should be able to question those things if they've been inspired to be written or spoken. But unless you meet an immortal being that's going to give you oral teachings, you're going to settle for the written work. And again, like you were saying, and I can tap on that, it depends on how you look at it. Was the Bible or the Quran and all this stuff, was it supposed to be read left to right, right to left, from a scroll form, up and down and up? Again, it all depends. Depends on each individual. We have many languages here. Why is that? Is
Well,
that
I
what?
think everything, is
They,
supposed to start from the center and ripple out. So we're supposed to read. It's still certain people that read that way that are able to
but
read
that's the
things from the
problem.
middle.
They're always teaching us to look outward for God in books and this and that. And they rarely teach you to look within yourself. It's that close. Everyone's looking outward and up for God.
Right, or on the or on the left, what I'm saying, on the right side, but I think it's coming from the center, from the middle, then it is expanded out, you know. That's how I think, everything's supposed to be. But when we're talking about, losing a spiritual war, spiritual is two words, is spy and ritual, you know. So we had that, you know what I'm saying? We had that ritual or that right, to look within, you know what I'm saying? To see what's going on within, so we could be in alignment with it on the
It's
outside.
the white man's fault.
But
Stupid
we
fucking
lose
white
that
man.
sense. We lose that sense though. We lose that, that sense, that was one of our senses, which is the third eye. You know what I'm saying? So we had that, to the point, like I said, how we could, spy, within, and how to, and see how everything is operate within. Then we could come out and be in alignment with them on the outside, you know. But we lost that type of sense because of how we start to perceive the reality. Because of how we start to perceive the reality, then we lose that sense because everything about the reality is about touch, is about touch. Even your eyes, is about touch. Even your taste is about touch. Even your hearing is about touch, right? Because everything, but they want us to believe that we have all these type of senses. We only have two senses, you know what I'm saying? You only have the sense of touch, you know what I'm saying? And your sense, the sense, of spine, which is like looking within. You know what I'm saying? So the thing that you can't see, you can't touch, but you're able to see and how they operate. You know what I'm saying? You able to spy and look on how they operate. Then you could come back and align them with your touch, right? But we lose that sense, and we think that we have five senses, which is not really true because all the five senses we think we have go back to one senses, which is the touch.
I'm gonna jump off topic real quick. Look at Saturn. You know what that reminds me of? Saturn looking like that
Hmm.
reminds me of this.
It's the same thing.
Spaceship.
It's the
Same.
same thing.
It's crazy. I just noticed that.
It's the same thing. This is why certain religion talking about, talking about the mothership, you know, such as the nation of Islam, you know.
Yeah, the word Saturn though. Why would you sit on an urn?
Well, it's because this is what it is, though. Saturn is just, is well, right. Dominic just talked about, the father and the son. Not the physical son, but the actual son. This is what Saturn represents. Saturn is the father, right? It's farther away from the sun, but the sun is operated based on around Saturn because the sun uh is trying to replace Saturn, just like Jesus is trying to replace God. Jesus come in and say, and do all these things to kind of, make him look like he is God, so people can follow
They
or worship him instead of following the actual God, right? We
like
was already there in the beginning. This is exactly what the sun doing to Saturn.
well they look at I seen this giant telescope and it and they shoot a laser up at what star they want to look at they're not also looking at these fucking stars. They could listen to the sound it makes and tap into the frequency and vibration of these stars. Why is the giant telescope called Lucifer? That always mind boggled me. And why does Saturn look like an eyeball in the sky? That's what Saturn reminds me of too, an eyeball. The all-seeing eye.
Right.
Sort of reminds me of. Looks like it.
Right. Saturn is like the third eye or the first eye. It's like the first eye. Really, the third eye, is the sun and the moon. That's what created the third eye. But Saturn is like the first eye. You know what I'm saying? It's just like us right now. We used to have that, just like when you close your eye and you're able to do all these things. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to you're able to create whatever you want. You're supposed to be. You're able to be wherever you want and however you want it. All that is happening through the third eye. So we were able to tap into that, and align it and reflect that in with the physical. This is what a lot of things that people don't know how they was able to uh how they come into existence, you know, is because these things weren't created. They weren't built, step by step. It is something that just came, about it that just came to be, you know and is the same. This is what Saturn represent. You know what I'm saying? Saturn is just represent the first eye. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to when it comes to the universe, or when it comes to the earth. So there was no past, present, and the future, but it was
What
only the present, which is the gift. So
What do you think about
everybody.
this, Naga? I wanted to ask you this earlier, but you weren't here. I think we talked about clones and stuff. Do you think they're able to grow animals in these synthetic wombs?
For sure, for sure.
That's probably what we're eating. They probably have underground miles of these things grown in because these farms can't support all the meat people eat. No fucking way. I I I still I
But
still
that's all
don't.
though. That's all. They already passed that to the point that where they're able to print it now.
Damn. Imagine printing out your mom.
Yeah, like they passed that, that growing, for a longer time. Like now, like I said, now they're able to
So
just
you
print it,
think they could print a body and the
Yeah,
spirit can use it as an avatar?
yeah, because the printer is what is the printer made of? It's just like papers.
Computer.
Before we were able to print papers, you had to make the paper, with the leaf. You know what I'm saying? You had to actually take the leaf, and create the paper. And we advanced to the point that where you don't have to, take the leaf no more. We could just print out the papers. You know what I'm
They
saying?
use leather. Um, they use stone and chiseled in it, allegedly. Like, I don't know.
So it's the same thing when it come with the papers. Just like we're able to print papers now, you know what I'm saying? It's the same way we're able to print meat. You know what I'm saying? Because we understand where meat came from. You know what I'm saying? By understanding where meat came from, so you could create a printer that's going to print it. Just like they understand where paper came from, and they were able to create a printer that's going to print papers.
Yeah, this is crazy right here. Wait till I drop this video later on. And when you listen to the clip of the guy in the movie, he says it all, man. He says it all. And how meaningless life is to a lot of scientists. All they care about is it's like a person doing alchemy or a chef in the kitchen, which is another form of alchemy. Creating stuff in the lab, like through how can I put it? Like creating elixirs and all this stuff. or the right chemical recipe. That's all they care about, and they'll do anything to get that done. Life don't stand a chance. They'll
Well,
destroy life
well,
itself to get what they want.
well, it's not meaningless to them. It's fascinated. They're so fascinated with
In the
life.
evil way, fascinating the evil way.
Well, of course, because they're fascinating. Them being obsessed with life, is what creating the world that we're living in. Because they're trying to uh reduplicate life. Instead of just be alive. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to, create life when life is already there and life wasn't created. It's just like energy. You can't today, right? We live in a world that where they create energy, what we call electricity, but energy can't be created or destroyed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I gotta
it's
jump off of here in like 20 minutes.
Can I
Real
so
ask something,
time.
Charles? Charles, can I ask something? Because a couple
yeah,
things. That thing that you did after you put the sign of the five percenters, that booklet, if you have that in PDF form, and
Oh
another
yeah.
one, yeah, and another
Which
one
one?
is,
The Supreme Mathematics or the Supreme Alphabet?
I think,
Them?
the one that was talking about understanding, wisdom, and knowledge, and all that stuff. Um,
I could pull it up again.
no. I guess you got to perceive it from, if you can, you have to use your imagination, obviously. You're a billionaire now. You want to sustain life. You want it to last longer. You'll pay people, billionaires and trillionaires will pay that one there. Yeah, thank you. Um, they'll pay a lot of money for somebody to understand how to take consciousness, and then they can live over and over again. Especially if you come to the awareness, they understand the thing about the Dalai Lama and all that, where you could come back and reprogram yourself to remember what you were before. We're looking at from the point of view that most of us are going to live 60, 70, 80, maybe 90 years, some of them a little bit longer. But more times than not, we're suffering. We're just spending a lot of energy to try to just sustain our needs. But if you're a billionaire or trillionaire, you're going to spend top dollars to be able to obtain that. And they're going to work hard at it. They've been doing this with lobotomy. They've been doing this with the transgender, with the same sex. They're trying to understand something, and they're paying people. They're searching out, they're seeking people in universities by giving them rewards such as, I'll give you $1 million so you can answer this question, and then they'll pluck them out. That's where the labs are. This is why when they talk about Tesla, he worked for a big industry that he wouldn't have been able to discover any of that if he didn't work for these big industries. The problem is he put the word free. Free for who? Free for them.
well, I look at it more like like they more trying to preserve something instead of understand something, because I think they already understood what they need to understood, and they're just trying to preserve it. you know because if you understand the universe, is is like a cycle. It doesn't stay in one place. Is basically is movement. This is why we have emotion. We have energy and motion. You know what I'm saying? You could look at the water and see how the water move. You could look at the wind and see how the wind move. And you could look at the animals and see how they move. And you can look at us and how we move. You know what I'm saying? Everything in the universe is movement, right? But them, they're trying to create the opposite of that, which is being stagnant. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to freeze, a reality. They're trying to freeze. You know what I'm saying? Uh, 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 a moment. And it's like a picture. You know what I'm saying? A picture is like a movement that's being captured. You know what I'm saying? They capture a movement, you know what I'm saying, and you have that movement, and for however you want it to be. And this is what they're trying to do with reality. They're trying to capture reality, into a certain state. You know what I'm saying? And they already have the state, You know, they already captured the state they want, and they just want to preserve that state. This is why every civilization, you know, always fall at the highest, and it go back it started to repeat itself again. This is the moment. This is the you know, this is the moment that they captured. You know what I'm saying? It's like a CD. It's like a record. You know what I'm saying? So every time it finish play, you know, it start over again.
What do you think about the supreme alphabet? I think it's like A for Allah, B's for born, C's for seat. I don't know. I forgot the whole thing, but then they got the 12 jewels, the 120 lessons. I was into all that because of Wu Tang. I'll tell you one thing. I don't agree with everything they say, but a lot of the teachings would teach you more than any school system.
Well, we do use terms like nothing new under the sun, but people forget, what about beyond the sun? This is where they're trying to bring something from a different plane into here. Now, some people have been able to download the idea that Germanica is in one place, Atlantis somewhere else, Odin somewhere else. This is why they give us the ideal of the earth, the surface of the earth. Dare not go further away, the aging process changes. So now if they can pull it through CERN, this is why they need so much gold, because they know in this realm it's the physical has a limitation, but yet
Aren't they? Wouldn't they be trying to lift the veil from? Then it said we used to walk with the spirits, and then they put a veil. Would they be trying to lift that?
Could be, yeah. Well, again, when we look at
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dom.
No, I was going to say, once we look at those luminaries, they've been here for a long time. So if they can capture into that, that's something different, because the physical is limited. Regardless if back in the days when you had Sanskrit and play around with the sound, it has its limitations. If you could be an immortal, meaning that you were an immortal spirit, would you want to be able to encase that in another form? Because they do want to enjoy this kind of stuff. It could be maybe more habitual, why we do what we do here, but it is very limited. So I'm playing with that idea. Go ahead.
I think, you know, we are eternal. We not, I don't think we're limited. You know, I think they capture a moment. You know, that give us that limited aspect. You know, again, when I went to Saturn, you know, and how align Saturn with the third eye, you know, you're able to bring the gift that you have within. You're able to bring that gift also outside, because everything that exists on the inside exists on the outside. Everything that exists above exists below. Everything that's on the right is on the left, right? Because all things is coming from the center, right? So when you're able to align, you know, your third eye, what they call the third eye, which is your first eye, you know, which is aligned with your center, with your heart, right? Is aligned with that, you know, not your left brain and your right brain, but it's aligned with your heart, right? So when we go back, you know, with the outside now, with the reality, you know, and you have Saturn, you know what I'm saying, which is the first eye, you know, that give you that that you don't have day and night no more, right? It's not being split. You know what I'm saying? It's just that one thing. So you're able to tap into your gift and bring it on the outside. So just like, you know, your energy, right, is infinite, right? It doesn't have no limit. It's the same thing. You're able to calibrate your body to it, that where you don't have no limit, right? This is where you can turn your body into whatever you want it to be. You know what I'm saying? Because you're tapped in with into your own gift from within. But because they split that, you know, they split the reality. You know what I'm saying? So we not really perceive everything from the third eye no more, right? We only perceiving everything from our two eyes. You know what I'm saying? That's what we that's how we perceive our reality, and everything is not from without to within, because it's within that's being reflecting on the outside. So we stuck in that moment, you know, that's already reflected on the outside. You know what I'm saying? We're not able to tap in, you know, until the to the movement that's being reflected on the inside. This is why we sometimes we feel so heavy. We got so much going on. We feel like, you know, our energy is all over the place, because all this energy, is not being circulating the way that they're supposed to. They're being trapped. This is why sometimes we feel like we're being trapped here. You know what I'm saying? Or we feel like we're being trapped in our mental. We feel like we're emotionally trapped. We're physically trapped. We all these things trapped. We're only spiritually free, and we're trying to chase that free, which is death. We think that when we die, this is when we're going to be free for real. You know what I'm saying? But that's not true. You're already free. We already free. We already have that gift. You know what I'm saying? With no limitation. We just need to tap into it. But they create a barrier. You know what I'm saying? That split. You know what I'm saying? They basically separated you from your gift.
Okay, so I get
Watch this movie, Dom, when you get a chance, called Divinity.
Okay, thanks. Well, so I'll play with the idea that the third eye taps in with the mind, and the two eyes tap into the brain. We have a thing called blood that goes to the heart. Blood stores memory. So now, how does somebody recall or trace back those memories? Now, again, that perpetuates the rebirth process. So now, if a person is able to store that memory somewhere, and then when they come back into another form and be injected, that's a different game now, because the mind picks up everything. This is the game that people play. Now, whether or not somebody wants to play with the idea that they're free, then they would have to ask questions such as, where do you go when you're asleep? Who's running your liquids right now? That's the waking state, the program that thinks it's free. Anytime you create a program without giving it the ability to teach itself, it's going to want to be free. That's what you're talking with NAGA right now. But I get it. You can say that, and that's fine. And that's for something you can question. But again, at the same time, when people talk about the heart, they're talking about the blood that goes to it. That's memory. Now, the midgut is where people get things like insight, intuition. Because there's a species here, it's a gender that's reproducing, it communicates with the mind, which goes through the third eye, which goes to the mind, wherever that may be. It's kind of like AI at that point. By the way, Charles, it's a dumbed down process to be worrying about whether the skin of the color of a human being is white or black. It's a waste of energy. That's, again, dumbed down versions to worry about it. This is not about our physical. Even though you're supposed to steward it, it's beyond the spiritual, physical. When people spend time worrying about the color of their skin or their gender, you already know you're talking to a child at that point.
Well, when did I say that?
No, you just said something about we can blame the white man.
Oh, no, I was being sarcastic.
I know you were. But people do put a lot of emphasis on the color of their skin, which neither we're white or black. We have different shades, but I get it. People think that they're enslaved. That's the waking state. It thinks it's enslaved. I said, but it's not communicating with their higher self, the other program that runs the whole time. Most people will have to go into hypnosis to communicate with it, or go into a coma, or the guy that blacks out, but yet he's still functioning. That's beyond the waking state. And this is the part you're talking, Naga, about the senses. Regardless if it's 5, 2, 1, it's a senses, and any of them can be misled. Once the person goes realize this is beyond the senses. Again, for a lot of people, maybe that's where they need to be. Maybe that's your role, is to tell people you're in kindergarten, you're ready to go to kindergarten, you're willing to learn some of this stuff. They're not understanding, where do you see language? Where's the Kabbalah? Where do you receive the oral speech? Where does it come from? I don't know. But even if I did know,
Well, what I'm talking about, right, is somewhat to what you're saying. But if you somebody that astral travel a lot, if you somebody that meditate a lot, that go within, then you understand, how it's limited. It's just like a dream state. Just like when you're in your dream, if you ever lucid dream, you realize that you can do whatever you want in your dream. You realize that you could do whatever you want to do, and you immediately take control. This is what lucid dreaming is. And when you meditate, you're at full control. When you're using your third eye, you're daydreaming. You still have it in a dream state, but you just conscious of it. It's not like it's not like you go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Where you have to be conscious. You literally meditate. You literally sleep into it. You know what I'm saying? And you're able to create whatever you want to create. And what I'm saying is that that's the original gift That's the original gift, that the present. This is why people, when people meditate, people say, I need, that I'm being in the present. You know, this is what the gift is. The gift is the present. So once you're able to tap into that, and align it with your physical, existence, then you can do whatever you want in your physical, just like you could do it, because you're not looking at things from the physical and trying to understand them. You're looking at things, from the spiritual, and you're trying to project them. You're trying to, manifest them. You're trying to bring them out, or you're basically opening, right? You become a portal, right? To you, that's open, where everything can just flow out. You know what I'm saying? Flow outwardly. But the way that we perceive reality, we're trying to collect everything from outside and trying to make us some type of sense with it from within. And a lot of time it doesn't make sense, because that's not how things operate, right? When it comes to spirituality, you see. So this is what a lot of time, we having a hard time trying to figure certain things. We just have to say, all right, this, we don't know. This is what we have to say. We have like, all right, I don't know. I think this, or no, I think this or that. That's probably what it is. We are assuming, because when we try to quantify everything that we see on the physical is already quantified. It makes sense perfectly with our physical senses. But when we're trying to break these things in, it doesn't make sense, because within is not quantified, right? It's infinite. It's an infinite amount of things that you could do, a possibility, or ways that you could tie it and put it together. But when it comes to the physical, it's only give you that if that's the only way that could go. It couldn't go any other way. You see? So
I'm
like
following
again,
your I'm following your conversation, Naga. Is it flow or control that you're emphasizing on? Because you said both.
right? I'm saying the physical aspect, from looking at everything in from a physical aspect. When we take these things in, we're trying to control these things. We're
So
trying
who's
to
trying to
make them make.
control? I'm going to say who's trying to control at that point. I'm trying to break this down. Who's trying to control? What is trying to control?
I'm saying me. Fucker. Let me take the example from me. When
Okay.
I look at everything that I see from my reality, and when
Hmm.
I take this thing in, right? When I start to thinking about, think in of the thing that I see, the thing that I heard, from the physical, from the outside of my body, and when I take these things inside of my body, right? And I'm trying to make sense of these things. I'm trying to control these things, right? To see how these things make sense, because is a reason why, when we see certain things, we automatically uh know what they are, because that's not how they are within of ourselves. We have to learn. We have to learn how they operate. What is this? We ask questions. We listen. We do all these things, because that's not how they are inside of me. That's not how they are inside of me. So now, from the understanding that I have outside of me, right? When I take this thing inside of me, I have to make some type of sense of it in order to connect them together, right? But other than that, there won't be no connection between these two, between the thing that I see on the outside and the thing that I see on the inside. There won't be no connection, right? So I'm saying, so when I do that now, when I observe all the things I observe in my physicality, right, in my reality, right, and I take all these things in, right, and I'm trying to control these things, I'm trying to make sense of these things, right, and I'm saying most of the time they don't, right? Because that's not how things are truly are, right? Things are not the way they are in reality. They just give us that perspective. Just like I said, when you take a picture, right, of somebody, right, what you're looking at in the picture is not really what happened. That's not how really things were. That's how that moment was captured, but that's not exactly what was happening. There was a lot of things that was happening, right, around that person that you took the picture and around you. That's not a part of the picture. All these things is missing, right? But the picture give you the illusion. That's the only thing. That's the only way it could have been, right? And I'm saying that's how the reality is. But when you're looking at things from the out inside on to the outside, you could just let everything flow out, right? And it will make perfect sense for you. You will see that, all right, how you will see how everything is the way they are, and how they they say they are that way, and how you yourself you understand them to be a certain way, and at that point you won't have no problem with it because you see both perspective. You see how they tell you these things, or how they say certain
Now
things is the
that,
way they
now
are.
that, now
Yeah,
that you're going a little sideways here. Now I'm going to ask you something, and hopefully you can make it very narrow for yourself.
but
Is the reality the waking state or the sleep state?
you say is the reality what?
Waking state or the sleep state? Which one is reality?
It's both.
Okay, which one is trying to control the waking state?
Which way that's trying to control?
The waking state. Which one is trying to control the waking state? What program are you running in the waking state?
I need to try. You need to elaborate on your question.
Okay, so when you're in the waking state, okay, you're using your senses. It might be able to tap into the imagination. That's not the one that's running the body. When you're in the sleeping state, you're in a thing called stillness and you're in silence. This is why when the Muslims are told, but they don't understand most of them, peace be upon you, be in that silent state because you got to get into meditation. You got to listen to something within oneself. Now, reality for most people is called a waking state. That's their senses, and that's easy to be misled. Now, when you look at something like a tree, do you actually see the word tree, let alone the thought tree? No, that's called the illusion, spiritual. What you call reality is what you can bang, but that can be manipulated. That's the alchemy of the elements. So I'm hearing you, and you're saying words. So now when I say, what are you trying to control? That's your waking state. That's your lower program. That's the child that's trying to control it. But there's something that's always running that. It's a simple one. When you go to sleep, who runs the body? When me and you are communicating with each other, who's the one that literally is running the blood in your body? That's not the waking state.
That's my subconscious.
Bingo, your subconscious. But again, you said the word, that is my subconscious. Who's the one that's speaking at that point? That's what's called the observer. Hence the term know thyself. There's the knower and the self. Both of those are programs. When we look at a computer, you see the DOS. Do you see the hard drive? No. Do you see the ongoing program? Yes. Are we the computer? No, we're not. What about the Wi-Fi and the electricity? We have energy that comes to us. We're the observer. And then there's something observing us. We can call it source, call it God, whatever we want. We're the observer of those things. Hence why we should be able to question those things.
But
Because
that's the thing. I
yes.
think that's the thing, right? Because I think I am when I'm hearing the word subconscious, right? I'm
Mhm.
looking at I'm looking at a sub of my consciousness, right?
Bingo. Yep, I'm
Oh,
with you.
meaning that all right, I don't have only one consciousness, which is the observer. I have the another consciousness, which is the actions, right? So one of them sub for each other. You know what I'm saying? They sub for each other because they play the same position in the body.
Again, this is why when we communicate with each other, you'll have a thought. That's what's called the language of consciousness, thoughts. But those aren't us. Same with the body. It's not my body. And if it is, it's my mind to what? Steward? Because I'm not here to control. If a person thinks that they can control, how long are you going to hold your breath for? Something will tell you inside, don't waste your time doing that shit, holding your breath. You could fast for 20 to 30 days, but good luck going 3 days without drinking water, let alone maybe 5 minutes at the most without having breath of life. The breath of life. We're in it. We're the essence to it. Now, that's my interpretation. Somebody can use their own words because there's so many different languages. But if I'm the essence to it, then we have words like afterlife. So then what is death? That's something that they made up. We don't
Well,
die.
I don't. That's
That's
where
what
we that's where again we have a difference is because I think
yeah.
all these things exist. Just like I think I am the subconscious. Literally, this is why the sub have the
Mhm,
word conscious in it. I think
mhm,
I am the subconscious. I am the conscious. You know,
mhm,
so I go back and forth. You know what I'm saying between these
mhm,
two because the hold on because there was a split, right? Because there was a split, in the reality, right? In my reality, there was a split, so I observed that split, you know what I'm saying? And see, and then I operate from these two, so until that split, which is the veil, is being lifted up, right? That where what I kind of align with the sun and the moon, right? Until these things are passed away, then that split, is not united. That split hasn't become one yet, So I observe both of them. I'm aware of both of them. I think I am the body. This is why when I take it, like when the veil is being lifted up, then you're able to become one, with the body. So just like your energy, just like my energy, my spirit and my soul is, don't have no limitation. It's the same thing. When my body is reunited with them, then my body, have no limitation. But until then, there are limitations. So I acknowledge that there are limitations to the body, but it's because of the veil, it's because of the split.
The veil's within oneself. This is where we have discernment now. When you see an object and you call it a hand, if you become aware, you realize you do not see the word on the object. Hence, when you realize you're not the body, but yet it's such close that you think the order and chaos is the same. So once again, this is where people have discernment. Knowledge is just to know that, okay, I'll give it a language to it. But discernment would be, am I the vessel? Who's speaking? And most people don't get to that awareness. And when they do, that's for them to figure out. This is why where you're not going to get it from the teachings. This is why Jesus was the witness, the observer. He observed the fact that I am not the body. But it's such a close thing. This is why the energy of number 9, and the number 9 energy is the spiritual meeting the material. The unknown fueling the known, the yin fueling the yang, the negative
I
fueling the positive. Anyway,
I
I'm just
agree.
sharing.
I agree. This is why I said Jesus came trying to replace God, but God observed his body, right? Or its body or her body.
How
Because
can
when
you how
God
can you replace God when He already gave us the breath of life? You breathe in
listen,
life.
listen to what I'm saying. It's already happened. Today, the people that believe in God, right?
Yeah,
They believe in Jesus more. In fact, they think Jesus is God. So therefore, Jesus already replaced God.
I
But
get
listen
you.
to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, right? God observe his body. This is why God said, "Let us create man in our own image." Who was the speaker and who was the listener? Or was a conversation take place between two or multiple. A conversation is not, you can't have a conversation by yourself. You can have a conversation with your body, right, which is your conscious self that was speaking, that's programming your subconscious, which is the body. Your subconscious is your submarine, is your vehicle, is what allow you to travel, right?
Naga, can you say that word again, Naga? Because you're saying something. I don't think you're really aware what you're saying. God created, not made, something in his image,
Right.
not form, not form. That's another species. God created man, man, not men. You're in a men form. God created something in his image. You look up in the sky, those are images. What men created, that's the one that rules. That's why you have the story created something in the garden east of Eden. What was the name of the garden? When the serpent spoke to Eve and said, did God say so? No, God never spoke to Adam. That was Lord God. That's why when you hear the words create, that's different than make. Same with image. That's different than form. You're in a form, but we're the image of God. What
I
does that
agree.
look like?
I agree. I was just repeating what the book said. I was just going, because this is what the mythologies say, that God created this. So I'm using it the same way it is. I'm not adding. I'm not putting my own words into it, or take away nothing. I'm just
But
saying
is
what
there
it is.
but is there a difference between create and make? See, this is
I
where
agree.
people, well, it's, whether you agree or disagree, it is what it is. So in this particular case, when people are using a dumbed down language, English, I say, hey, that's cool. Is it cool in my jacket or is it cold outside? It's a meaningful language. It's not like Greek where it's a comprehension language. That's why philosophy was better spoken in Greek, or Sanskrit's a healing language. So when we're speaking in English language, we have to go inwards and realize there's a dialect going on inwards that's more superior than outwards. It's not about proving points. It's about being aware of them. So in this particular case, we're talking about a story called the Bible. It's a whole bunch of different men or entities that downloaded information. Now, if a person wants to understand Genesis, let alone Revelation, they talk about the images of the sons of God. They were pretty tall. They weren't like like Shaquille O'Neal tall. They were like hundreds of feet tall. Now, are they images? Could be. And this is why we don't have creation language or formation language. This is where, when you're talking about going inwards, you can create something in your thoughts, but you can't make it in this realm. And if you do, you have to spend ages to get to that point. And we're in an age of air. So now they're allowed to play with things up in the air, where in the old days it was the golden age or the silver age or the written age. If we had this technology of the age of Aquarius back then, we would never had the dumbed down written version. It's such a slow, it teaches the hemisphere to be very left or right. That's why we have diodes inside of the LEDs. It teaches us to be very stupid. It's sad because then we try to debate or argue or try to agree or disagree with the dumbed down language. If
Well,
it was,
but that's the thing. It's not just the language. It's the reality itself is dumbed down because of the split. You
I'm
have
with you.
to say. So
I'm with
what?
you. Sorry,
So
Naga. I'm with you. I'm with
right? Are you still there? Am I
Yeah,
still
sure.
there?
Yeah, go ahead, Naga. Sorry. Yes.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to explain. You know what I'm saying? You able to see it from the perspective of the language, but I'm looking at it from the conception of the whole reality. Because I agree with you that the reality is not a creation, right? It's a concept. It is a form, right? It's something that was formed. That's why this is why I said that I agree with you when when you make the difference between creation and and a formation. So I agree because me myself, I'm able to elevate right from perception and dive, and rise to the point that where I have see things from a conception, right? So in a conception is not is not a creation, but a perception is, you know what I'm saying, is a creation because it goes step by step. You know what I'm saying? Anything that taken step by step, you know what I'm saying, that take different step, that's something that was created. But when something that was formed is just form, you know what I'm saying? So again, I agree with you, but I'm just speaking up from the conception of the reality itself. You know what I'm saying? This is what I said when this reality, you know what I'm saying? When this reality took place, right? When the concept of the reality took place, it took the sun and the moon, right, to bring the concept of this reality. It's just
Naga,
like a mother and a father. It took them in order to give birth to a child, right?
Naga, sorry, can I intercede just for a second here? Because I love this conversation. I don't mind continuing this. I just want to respect the fact that maybe ask Charles. Charles, do you still have to go soon? Okay, okay, carry on,
Yeah,
Naga.
I'm gonna
Okay,
jump off at 5 hours, 8 more
okay,
minutes.
okay. So carry on, Naga. And then if you want, we can continue. I enjoy it. Go ahead, Naga.
But if you have to cut in, you could go ahead and cut in. Say something if you got to say something. But other than that, I could just finish saying what I was saying and then pass it back to you.
Oh, no, please go ahead, Naga. No, I just want to respect the fact because I didn't know what Charles had said. And I know me and you could probably go on for hours, which I'm okay with, but maybe another time. Go ahead, carry on.
Right, for sure. So that's what I was saying. So when I speak from the conception of this reality, which is, just like us just said, it took your mother and your father to give birth to you. It's the same thing. It took the sun and the moon to give birth to this reality that we are in today, to give us this conception. And in this, what create a split, you know what I'm saying? In the natural, reality, and the original reality. You know what I'm saying? Before that, we were the split before that. You know what I'm saying? We were the split, and because we were the split, you know what I'm saying? We allow what was within, to flow without. You know what I'm saying? Because we was just be. You know what I'm saying? The split, was just us be who we are. You know what I'm saying? Be one with the universe, be one with the reality. So just again, like I said, just like our spirit and our soul had no limitation, we were able, you know what I'm saying, to get to the point where the body have no limitation also, because we were the split, just like the sun and the moon dictate, how this reality go. It's the same thing. We dictate how the physical used to be.
Look at this painting, man. This isn't a movie. This is in Assassin's Creed. It was on the wall like this. I just want to say that's why I'm looking at it. and it's the
This look
Pope.
like a stadium.
Yeah, I think so. It's a bunch of Masons. The Pope is there. This is the Pope. Well, there's a guy with a fish hat and a scepter, but I don't know. Is that the Pope in the center? I think so. And these people got dunce caps on. They're burning alive. They were the assassins for a bloodline, and they were burning them alive with dunce caps. They were chained with their hands above their head. But anyway,
Yeah, I just
that,
don't want Dumb to think that I was disagreeing with him. I was just wanted him to see that I'm coming from a different conception, or from I'm coming from my own conception, how I, you know, able to conceive this reality. I'm not looking at it from a perspective, because I think that I had enough perspective, that led me to a conception. You know what I'm saying? To be able to conceive, my own uh to conceive the reality in my own way. That doesn't necessarily, common with how people perceive it. Because a perception is a part, of their conception.
what if you see how they got here? It says the throne. It says the throne shall be established forever. Now, they always show a picture of them stabbing and killing these dragons. What if the dragon's God and these people killed the dragon? It's sort of an energy, and that's the sign of them taking over this realm.
Yeah, the dragon is Saturn. The dragon is Saturn. You know that's what the dragon is Saturn, because this is why the dragon got the wings. This is why they depict Saturn the way they depict Saturn. You know what I'm saying? And but they, in
So they're
other
always
they
killing the dragon, always. In every picture I've seen in esoteric symbolism or Masonic or whatever, they're always
right.
stepping on it,
That's what
its
the sun and
head
the
or
moon is
stabbing
doing.
it. Mm.
That's what the
And, the,
sun and the moon is doing to Saturn.
and, the, and the people that have the throne now and all their ancestors, they didn't do good by the people, man. So,
And you
I
could
think
see that
at one point this place was beautiful.
you could see, Charles, how they killing the dragon, right? With the two pillars. And on top of the pillars you got the sun and the moon.
They stab it in the head.
So what's the writing saying? Throne shall be established for Eve. Am I reading that correctly at the end there?
Oh, it's ever.
Ever.
Forever.
Okay. Okay.
Is it? Hold on. No, it's ever.
Let's see the lower
I
and
just
higher.
didn't. I was zooming in. That's why it's poor, because I had to zoom in to pull this into view. He was walking into a room, and I said, "What?" And I had to rewind it and pause it, zoom in. I'm
And
always looking for stuff in movies.
mhm. Well, like I said, they're showing the upper and lower as above, so below triangle merging, the horse with the man on it, the dragon, the two pillars, the lions inside of a crown of some sort. So there's a lot of messages in there.
And the 6-pointed star is also the man and woman put together symbol.
Yeah, it's the whole little conception, or the whole little, thing that what give birth to this reality. This is why the two pillars is so important, because the two pillars create the split. You know what I'm saying? And you can see the split in the middle. You know what
And
I'm
it's
saying?
like they're
Like
the
Moses.
duality of the source.
Like Moses splitting the sea. You can see that, you know what I'm saying? And all of that. Because, this is how they able to do what they did. So they're able to separate, Saturn, from sharing it, its light, its energy, its everything, in this reality. The sun and the moon take over. This is where I
Yeah.
was talking about, that the sun is coming to replace Saturn, because the sun is magnifying. You know what I'm saying? Is able to is magnifying through Saturn. You know what I'm saying? So because of that, the sun is covering Saturn. This is why they say that Saturn used to be in the center of our solar system, or of the universe. So what happened to it? Why is it not there no more? It's because the sun is replacing it. The sun is the center of our universe. This is why we even have a solar system. But I was
The
just using
source,
religion. Yeah, I was
like,
using go ahead.
no, I just was thinking about the source and the symbol. If there's one source, it created the duality because everything comes from the source. But in order for us to multiply, I guess the man and woman come together and we just keep multiplying. Could that be the only way we could have been created?
And this reality is the only way. But before this reality, we were the split ourselves, like we were the sun and the moon. We was Moses split in the sea, right? So we that was not the only way. We were able to just tap in, and just let and just anything that we wanted to be in the physical or in this reality, we anything we wanted to be, it would just be. Just like when God said, "Let there be light," "Let there be this," let there be whatever," and it was, and that's what it was. That's we were that. You know what I'm saying? But and now they when since they created the split, you know what I'm saying, which is the sun and the moon. Now we lost that ability. We no longer be Moses split in the sea. We no longer be the God that we were because we start to look at everything from within. I mean, from without. And trying to make some type of sense with it within.
They do talk about the story of the sun taking up sin, which is the moon. And when Adam talks about his one son, sin's waiting for you at the door. Why? Because I can't give you a blessing, son. Why? Because the ground's cursed because of me. That was a simple one for Cain and Abel, based on their stories. And like I said, if depends on how a person wants to see image. By the way, Naga, just to share with you, I don't really put any value to people agreeing or disagreeing with what I'm sharing. I just share. If you feel as though that's important to you, you can share. But I don't put any value on that. It's information. How people want to perceive it, that's a given in my world.
Like what? Like I
Yeah.
think now, what's information? Is all this really truly valuable in our life? A lot of things. When I read and look up stuff, sometimes I think, am I wasting my life away just looking and, even though it's interesting to me, I always think this shouldn't be what we should be doing. If we got one shot here, as far as we know, we shouldn't be slaving it away. We should be enjoying and, learning different stuff. Like they don't teach you to master something. They teach you for you to just get enough to get by. They don't.
But that's what this
It's up
reality
to
is,
self.
Charles. That's what this reality is, which is division. Everybody is learning something different instead of diversity, right? It's just division. So everybody is learning something different, which is which is a different perception of the same conception, which is the split, which is how the conception is how the sun and the moon and the sun split. You know what I'm saying? The original
That's a
world.
blessing, though. The uniqueness, because at least this prison has a uniqueness, and people are truly different. It would be pretty
Well,
lame if everything was the same, like a real prison. Everyone wears the same clothes. They do this, everything the same. But that's going to be very soon. Uniqueness and creativity and imagination is going to be wiped out. You're going to do what you're told, and they're going to boot you up like a real fucking hard drive computer. They're going to give you, you know.
well, the thing is, right? If everybody have a piece of the puzzle, is that really diversity or is it just division?
I lean towards
Say that
division.
again.
If everybody have a piece to the puzzle, is that really diversity or is it really division?
I don't know. Everyone just has a piece to a puzzle.
Everybody does because everybody just have a different perception of the same reality. But if everybody was able to have their own reality, then that would be diversity. That wouldn't be division. That would be diversity because everybody have
I
a
didn't know what
reality.
diversity meant fully. That's why I didn't kind
I
of
get
fully
you.
say
Yeah,
anything.
yeah. But it is
I know
division. I agree with
diverse
that.
is like diverse, division is different, but divide.
Right? Diversity is just a different version of the same thing, right? But division is just a fraction of the refraction.
Mm, that was
Like the puzzle, you know what I'm saying? When you break it down, everybody have a piece. This just division. We just took the puzzle and divided. Everybody get a piece. It's like a pizza. Everybody get a
but
slice.
what confuses me is there's one source of energy, but for us to basically harness it or transfer it, right? Or move it, we got to use a negative and a positive in and out um for it to be a completion, I guess. I don't know. To harness this, you need a cathode and an anode, right? A plus and a negative. So maybe, yeah. So you're taking the energy in, then it's like a cycle. The other one's pushing it back out. Where is it going? Back to the source? I'm trying to understand this here, like electricity. Yeah, it's going back to the source.
Yeah, because you
Because
took it
if it
from the
don't, it'll
source.
blow it out, right? So I don't know. I just try to figuring out this negative and positive thing here.
Because
It's
that's where you
different when it
got it.
comes to creating though, like
That's where you
creating
got
man
it
and
from,
woman.
Charles.
What?
That's where you got it from. You got the energy from the source, right? And then you use it. After that, you release it back to the source again.
Just like a woman and man in and out. Anyway, 1-0. Because in the Islam, in the supreme, is it the supreme? Yeah, the supreme mathematics. It said one is knowledge, two whatever, and then it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. They put the 0 after the 9 instead of in front of the 1.
Yeah, because they stick into the first matrix. They stick into the first matrix. To the original matrix, basically. That's what they stick into. Which is Egyptian. Which is Egyptology. All these ancient civilization. But if you really have a conception, then you understand that these concepts, is what lead to the perception that we have today. We just have a different perception of the original matrix, or the original conception that they have created. It's not, it's not like our own. We're supposed to have our own conception. You know what I'm saying? And within that conception, and in order to help people understand our conception, then we probably use different perception. We use step by step method in order to help people understand our conception. But because we doesn't have a conception, we doesn't have our own concept. Everybody just grab a perception of the concept that already given to us.
So let me ask a question. Is a generator the source, or is a generator tapping into the source? It's another extension from the source. Because you could build a generator and they say it generates energy. Is it really generating energy, or is it tapping into the energy?
Yeah, is just is tapping into it. It's not generating it. It's just basically a generator is just like you, like us. We like how we host generation. You know what I'm saying? How we able to to like what I'm saying, to come from a generation, what I'm saying, and pass down a generation. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with a generator. It's just the energy, it capture the energy and release it. It capture it and release it, capture it and release it. You know what I'm saying? But it's not what was creating, or it's not where the energy come from. it got the energy from somewhere else, which already exists. Energy already exists, like the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon is not giving us daytime. It's not giving us time at all. It's not giving us movement at
Right.
all. Movement already exists.
Huh. Time. I don't know why someone would. I mean, there's always a good in them. You could do something good with stuff, something, and then I always think too. Take it a step further. What the fuck is good and evil? Who created good and evil?
Exactly.
So
The sun and the all that come from this concept of the split, that split reality, that split. What's that movie Split? I think they even have a movie named Split. If you watch it, a lot of people able to dissect certain things through movie. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, don't forget this movie, Dean. I'm pretty sure. I know you didn't like that other movie I sent you to. What was it called? Pulse. I just found out there's two more Pulses, but I ain't gonna watch them because they're probably terrible. But this movie, to be honest, when I first started watching it, I thought it was gonna be like this B flick. It kind of is like a B flick a little bit, but there's a lot of like points in this movie. I'm gonna have to double watch it myself, but yeah, I I don't know. It's the point. There's a few lessons in this. I'm still trying to figure out who the two guys were that fell from the sky. They had like this tattoo that glowed or something, lit up.
Sound like some commander type of thing. Arnold's.
Yeah,
Arnold.
this movie's like a B movie, but still, sometimes there's good B movies. This one's all right. I'm not gonna say
Yeah,
it was
I think.
trash.
Yeah, just to finish, because I know you're about to close out. Like I said, I think everything come from the split itself. The split is the source of of duality, right? This is where duality come from because it's come from the split. You know what I'm saying?
What
From the
powers
sun.
the source? That's my question too. Like,
You see, it was power the source.
it's just like if God was this one being, then who created God? It's a never-ending question. Who created the,
That's
you
the
know,
thing. That's the thing. That's why I said certain things is not created. You know what I'm saying? Because there was no step, in order to
it
create
just
it.
happened?
Certain things is not that it just happened, it just is. You know what I'm saying? It create it have a action towards, it have an action, but the thing itself, you know what I'm saying, doesn't have any action that caused it. The action come from it. It's like a act. A action come from an act. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with a conception come from a concept. You know what I'm saying? So we live in a world of action where everything is an action. You know what I'm saying? So these actions come from the act. Now a lot of people will say, all right, what caused the act? You know what I'm saying? What caused something to act? No, it's just an act. It's not like something caused it to act. Couldn't anything cause it to act? It's just an act.
Catnip's the best. You know, my mom, I remember when she gave the catnip to the cat when I was younger. I think maybe 12 I started smoking weed. And my mom said it gets cats high. It gives them an euphoric feeling. And I'm seeing the cat rolling it and then get high and it'll do like crazy shit. And I used to think, I wonder if we smoke the cat. My mom used to call it kitty weed. So I was like, kitty weed. What if we smoke catnip? What would it do? I'm gonna trick somebody, put some catnip in some weed, and give it to a friend or something, have them smoke it, and see what
I think Dominic got something to say. I see you on mute earlier.
happens.
What you got for us, Dom?
Yeah, I went 15 minutes extra. Dom probably
No,
is feeding the cats.
no, my wife was asking me for a picture on her videos. She goes, which one looks more delusional? And I had to give her my view on it. Charles, you say something, whether you're aware of it or not, and it helps because we live in an age of information. There's times you do say the word, I don't know. When one doesn't know, then it's because we live in an age of information. We could quickly Google it. I make it a point to have pages open, so I will put down words in the private chat that might assist in what you're trying to acquire, such as the word diversity and division. You know, because once a person knows, which is power, then you can actually start applying wisdom. This is why they have a statue of a woman holding a baby. The baby's knowledge, the woman's wisdom, in the sense of the feminine energy. So when you say those words, just catch yourself and realize, okay, so I don't know. How would I go about getting to know? Don't play this Socrates game where people say, you know, the best way to be is, I don't know nothing more. That was a different age. We live in an age now where there's no way you should have omniscient. There's no way you can't say, I don't know. That information is out there. And once people have that information, then they can apply it, whether it's in the physical or in the mental or the emotional. I just note that, Charles, because I hear you say it numerous of times, and it's not a bad thing. But
Sometimes I think I say it as I don't know. Maybe I don't.
As you say it.
I was about to say it again. See, and I caught myself. But
just note it. Note it. The reason I say note it because we have chakras, and in those chakras, there's certain things that are blocked or haven't been fully opened. So
instead of saying I need to look into it, I say I don't know.
Which is still a
Well,
good word.
you know,
There's many other ways I could say, son.
well, to
But
think that you going to know something, you know, it's better to say I don't know yet, right?
Yes.
You know, then all right, there is room to say, okay, that thing do have a known, you know, factor of it. I just don't know it yet. But
Mhm.
certain things just doesn't have that known factor. It's just unknown. You know, it's not like unknown yet, but it's just unknown.
well, I'm gonna look up catnip. I want to know. I want to.
I want to share that with Charles because I know Charles will put the effort. Where other people, I get a sense they're not teachable yet. They're not really. They'll say it, but they're not really going to go follow through, which is fine. You know, everybody has their own pace.
Yeah, I can't wait to that point when everybody have their own pace for real. You know,
Mm.
not a different point in the race, but everybody have their own pace or their own, you know.
You ever smoke catnip?
I'll have to say jokingly no.
Cause I want to know how it gets cats like to bug out. What gets them high? If it's just herbs from the earth, I mean, so is
Mhm.
marijuana. I
Mhm.
mean, that's sort of an herb from the earth. Devil's lettuce. Like, where do the people get this stuff, man? Everything is the devil.
Well, again, it's the what you call it in the details, like valerian. You can put it in many ways, right? Like a lot of this stuff has been given to us. Like, how do people know to take a bark and some sort of water and make what you call ayahuasca? Like, who's giving us all that information? Could it be the devil? Again, that implies what is the devil? The devil might actually
Right.
be here to serve us. We don't know. Uh-oh, Kimba wants to know. Kimba, you're always into something, Kimba. Come on. The fact that you're Kimba.
You missed it. We're about to end it in a minute, Kimba.
I love you, Kimba. Well, shares. You've had some really, really good shares lately. I've been hearing you talk with a bunch of group hosts. Well done.
No, we're talking about catnip, Kimba, and then
Yeah.
I went into herbs, and because my mom used to call catnip kitty weed,
It
and
is
I
kitty
started
weed.
smoking herb at 12. So I used to think when I would watch the cat bug out, and I would say, "Man, I wonder if it would make me bug out." Talk about a drug addict growing. Like, if I look back and I see it right then and there, me wanting to smoking weed, like advance my thinking and shit. And calms you down, especially if you have a lot of energy. So it levels me out. I'm always thinking and hyperactive, as they call it. Kitty weed, yeah. My mom had kitty handcuffs too. It was funny.
I know we used to give our cats valerian in their water because sometimes they had a problem with their tooth or just their digestive system. Again, I only know that because my wife Judith understands that. For me, Charles, I'm just a parrot in that instance. If somebody asked me to break it down, I said I'm not that person.
Cats are awesome.
Yeah. They're wild.
I've seen cats jump from the second floor porch and just land. I'm like, damn, they're so agile.
You ever watch those guys on videos where they do that? They start jumping from one wall to a higher wall to another wall.
Yeah.
Charles,
Gotta have strong legs for that.
Neg has already left. I really don't want to hold you back. You've been very polite. I think you wanted to leave an hour ago. So, thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Dom and Naga.
Yeah.
Damn, Naga, you didn't have to just dip out.
Well, he's trying to respect it too. I was even doing the same thing. Also, thanks Axis and Dean. Who else was on here? So,
Axis, Dean.
I think that was it.
Candy.
Candy was on.
Candy, you, and Naga. And, yeah.
Ciao, Charles. Have a beautiful night, okay, my friend?
You too, Dom. Appreciate everyone, man, for coming up. This is a good build. Since the last couple of days sucked, this is
Yeah,
a
man,
good
just
build.
want to let you know, I didn't jump off like that. I had a call, and then he ended up, kick me out, But it's time for you to go anyway. So, thank you for having me. Appreciate you the conversation with Dom, and Dean that was up here. So, salute to all of y'all, man. Until next time.
Yes. Peace, Naga. Thank you. And thanks to Dean. Yeah, it was Dean, Candy, Kimba. Damn, Kimba. It was Dean, Naga, Dominic, Candy. Did I say that already? Anyway, man, I'm stoned. Peace to everybody. Put it that way. I'm out. I need to grub. Don't forget to watch that movie, Dom, if you're still in here, Divinity. Everyone should watch that. In the movie Gold,